Welcome to the second day of our conference, Living Well at the End of the World. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, Morningside brings scholars and students together to examine enduring ideas, create intellectual friendship, and enrich these ideas and friendships with the vibrant life of New York City. And we do this through a range of programming, many of which are intimate dinner seminars with faculty and students, and occasionally larger conferences such as this one. And our conference this weekend comes in response to a common feeling shared by conservatives, progressives, and I think everyone in between, that the cultural ground is shifting under our feet. That one age is ending, and another, whose form we cannot yet grasp, is beginning. And the argument of this conference is that we should want to do more than just hunker down and try to survive trying and uncertain times. Rather, we should seek to flourish as much as we can now and build for future civilizational rebirth. In other words, we should seek to live well at the end of a world. And so yesterday, we focused on the end of the world part. We looked at some of the deep cultural changes that our society is undergoing. We focused on demographic changes, on technology, and on the contest over our cultural memory and moral imagination in civic life. And today we want to look at the living well portion of the title, which means exploring different cultural, intellectual, and religious movements throughout history from which we might learn how to live well and build for future rebirth. And so our first speaker this morning is Bishop Erik Varden of the Catholic Diocese of Trondheim in Norway. Bishop Varden was born in Norway and spent 10 years studying and teaching at Cambridge, and then later was a professor of Syriac in Rome. In 2002, he entered the Trappist monastery of Mount St. Bernard in Leicestershire in England, of which he was later elected abbot. And then, since 2020, he served as the Bishop of Trondheim, and he's become a popular author. He has a website, Coram Fratribus. He has numerous books, the most recent of which is called Healing Wounds, which was published just a couple of months ago. And I am not a podcast guy, but he has a great podcast. Since January, he has been the kind of lead figure for a podcast called The Desert Fathers in a Year, which you can find on Apple Podcasts and all the usual places where one finds these things. He'll be speaking with us today about monastic culture as creative subversion. Bishop Varden, thank you so much for joining us.
Can I shut this down without causing disaster? One doesn't want to provoke the end of worlds. Well, thank you very much, Nathaniel, for that gracious welcome, and thank you all for being here. I'm delighted to have this chance to spend the morning with you. Notwithstanding what Nathaniel just said, I've sort of taken it for granted that the two parts of the title of the conference belong together. And I suppose we can set out from the question, well, is it licit to speak of a world coming to an end? If so, what is that world? We talked about that question a bit yesterday. I'd like to start by adopting a slightly different perspective. In effect, the drama of a world coming to an end is the drama of every deathbed. Origen, that great theologian and reader of texts and expositor of texts, liked to reflect that man, the human being, is placed in the major mundus, in the macrocosm, as a minor mundus, as a microcosm, a reasonable contemplative agent posited within this greater world, to behold it, to reflect it, to seek to understand it. And when such a subject dies, a world dies with it. It's a Christian intuition. It's also an intuition we find powerfully expressed in romantic poetry. From a Christian perspective, it's an intuition that prompts a view of death as well as life as something to be practiced, not only to enable gracious leave-taking when the hour comes, gracious leave-taking that will not be excessively grievous to others, but forming death itself into something gracious. We have in Christian vocabulary that remarkable notion of the ars moriendi, the art of dying. Just look at that, envisaging one's own death as a work of art. In the context of this encounter, though, the sort of world we envisage or imagine coming to an end points to something else, more of a collective experience. This is not to say that the subjective demise of the minor mundus, of the human being, is irrelevant to this process, and to that topic I will return at the end. Were I to paraphrase the title under which we're gathered, Living Well at the End of a World, would it be fair to say that we have in view the end of the world in terms of a civilization or a civilizational model? We might pursue this term a little by way of a working hypothesis. But of course we're immediately up against another challenge. Well, what is a civilization? When I hear that word, I immediately have three associations. One is from a film by the Italian director and actor Checco Zalone, a film he made in 2016 with the title Quo Vado, which is about an Italian public servant who falls out with his boss, and his boss wants to get him out of his hair and as far away as possible. So he sends him where? Well, to Norway. And that encounter of the Mediterranean with the supposed perpetual Arctic bleakness and dark has, as we've just demonstrated, great comic potential. But what is wonderful about at least the first part of this film, before the nostalgia starts kicking in, is Checco Zalone, who's not only the director but the chief character in this film, is this fascination he feels on living in what he calls un paese civile, a civilized country. There's a marvelous scene in the post office where he joins a long queue and he follows it very serenely and obediently and keeps his place. And when he comes to the counter and the post office lady says, "What can I do for you?" He says, "Nothing. I just needed the experience." So that's one idea of civilization. Another one I think of quite a bit, I picked up not so long ago in a film I happened to see, another film about Bukovina, that fascinating region that, when it was part of the Habsburg Empire, was one of those extraordinary European melting pots where 6 different languages were spoken and religions coincided and all sorts of things went on. And in that film, there's a very moving interview with Erwin Chargaff, who was professor of biochemistry at Columbia just down the road, and had a very distinguished career in DNA research, who grew up in Czernowitz, the capital of Bukovina. And when he speaks of the Czernowitz in which he grew up between the wars, he says, "Oh, it was very civilized." And then he corrects himself, "No, it was cultured, not civilized, because the bathrooms were in a worse state than the bookshops." That's another perspective on civilization. I'd like to linger a bit on a third view, however, which we find in another, I think, potentially timeless document, also available in reels, which is a television series that Kenneth Clark made in the late 60s and early 70s. Kenneth Clark was then the director of the National Gallery in London. A television series in quite a lot of episodes, which you can all find on YouTube, called Civilization, with the disarming subtitle, A Personal View. Kenneth Clark speaks there of European civilization as a bulwark that defines worldwide, at any rate to the West, what human life can rise to. In the first episode, he sits on a raised surface somewhere, one doesn't quite see where, and asks, what is civilization? And then answers his own question in an English sort of way, saying, I don't know. I can't define it in abstract terms, he says, but I know it when I see it. At which point he turns round, dressed in his trademark brown tweeds, and behind him is Notre Dame de Paris. A monument to civilization, which can make Western civilization seem inviolable, uncompromising, uncompromised. And yet, he says, it can be destroyed, you know. And he says it happened once, almost, when the barbarians ran over the Roman Empire. For 2 centuries, he said, the heart of European civilization almost stopped beating. An interesting figure of speech, because it presupposes that civilization is somehow organic, if it has a heart that beats. And he says, we got through by the skin of our teeth, which is the title of the first episode. Now, though, Clark goes on, speaking in 1969, we have an uneasy feeling it might be happening again. That collective we is another interesting figure of speech, because it assumes a civilizational identity marker. And I wonder if such a term could be used now, meaningfully. That's an open question. Kenneth Clark remarks that however complex and solid civilization seems, it's actually quite fragile. What are its enemies? Here he proffers a double hypothesis, which I think is worth thinking about. He says the first enemy of civilization is fear. The sort of anxiety that makes it not seem worthwhile to construct things, or plant trees, or have children. And next, the second great enemy of civilization, boredom. The feeling of hopelessness, which, he says, can overtake people with a high degree of material prosperity. And there, I think, we have a fairly accurate description of much of the Western world now, in the grips of that soul passion, which the fathers referred to as Acadia, which is a kind of collective depression where everything just seems senseless and boring and grey and pointless. Our fear now is manifold: ecological, economic, political, strategic, existential. We could easily prolong the list. As for our boredom, it's congenital. It's extremely hard now, in a Western cultural context, it seems to me, to confederate people and mobilize them for any sort of positive purpose. It's only really a reaction that mobilizes us. Reactions that manifest themselves in so many different forms, so many different expressions of so-called identity politics, not really aimed at building up the chivitas, but at asserting oneself, be it with a banner not in my name, leading to a disaggregation and a kind of an inward fraction. As we reflected on yesterday, the Western world, well, it isn't really reproducing itself. That is a problem. Not only is it not reproducing itself, it's increasingly yielding to a sort of a novel cultural phenomenon, which is that of so-called asexualism, where the desire itself seems to be dead or subject to a kingdom. I wrote a book a couple of years ago called Chastity, And when that was launched in Norwegian translation just before Christmas, we had a launch event in Oslo at the House of Literature. And I was in conversation with a psychiatrist who's also a practicing psychoanalyst. And it was very interesting because we were there on stage talking about chastity, but really uniting in our affirmation of the immense importance at this time of life and of world history of reviving desire. There's frenetic construction going on, but what remains 50 years from now? Is anyone constructing anything with a long view in mind? And there's something of an implicit collective death wish. The German playwright Ferdinand von Schirach, who says interesting things and writes interesting things, produced a play for television about 4 or 5 years ago with the very absolute title, God. So God. And it's a drama about the end of life. A man appears before a jury. He's not guilty of anything. He is not in dire straits. He's very affluent. He's had a career which is successful. He's not depressed, not ill, but he's just had enough. And he wants to finish with the business. And he thinks that the state should help him to finish with the business. He doesn't see why he should have to do that himself. And so he's presented before this law court to work out, well, is this a licit request or not? That was 4 or 5 years ago. That scenario which the man represents is now well enshrined in legislation, creating situations of great perplexity, as any pastor will know. So fear and boredom and ennui. There's all a tendency to make that a bit of a cult, and it's sort of satisfying in a perverse sort of way to be fostering one's own ennui. It's less comfortable when it is used as a descriptive term by others. Something which is new for Europeans is that our collective ennui is now sort of confirmed from without in statements from beyond the seas that articulate irrelevance. I spoke to a transatlantic resident in Europe not so long ago, and he said, well, Europe's folded anyway. And I think we have long been in the grip of a sort of passivity. That's evident not least in the way we respond to fast-moving things happening now. On the 13th of February, I happened to be looking up the French paper Le Figaro after the President of the United States had indicated the desirability of a direct communication with the President of Russia about the war in Ukraine. And Le Figaro's response was to launch an inquiry among its readers with the question, are you shocked that Trump and Putin negotiate directly over Ukraine? As if that's sort of all the response we can muster. Are you shocked at this? A few days later, when the United States Vice President visited Munich, another European broadsheet, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, published an article with a headline, "Is it still worth the bother to defend Europe?" And the Vice President was kind enough to aid Europe's self-reflection, speaking on the subject of NATO, when he asked, what exactly is it that you're defending yourselves for? What is the positive vision animating this shared security compact you all believe is so important? And I'll give him that. That's a really important question, and a question that touches a raw nerve. For what prospect and what confederative potential is there in mobilization simply in view of anticipated menace? Can one live well on such terms? What if the menace fails to deliver? In that first episode of the Civilization series, Kenneth Clark refers obliquely to a poem by Constantine Cavafy, a native of what was once Alexandria, written in Greek in 1898. Many of you will know that text, and I'd just like to read it to you. It's a great poem. It's about a person at a time of great anxiety addressing his fellow citizens in the public square. What are we waiting for assembled in the forum? The barbarians that you hear today. Why isn't anything going on in the Senate? Why are the senators sitting there without legislating? Because the barbarians are coming today. What's the point of senators making laws now? Once the barbarians are here, they'll do the legislating. Why did our emperor get up so early, and why is he sitting enthroned on the city's main gate in state wearing the crown? Because the barbarians are coming today, and the emperor's waiting to receive their leader. He's even got a scroll to give him, loaded with titles, with imposing names. Why have our two consuls and praetors come out today, wearing their scarlet togas? Why have they put on bracelets with so many amethysts, rings sparkling with magnificent emeralds? Why are they carrying elegant canes, beautifully worked in silver and gold? Because the barbarians are coming today, and things like that dazzle the barbarians. Why don't our distinguished orators turn up as usual to make their speeches, say what they have to say? Because the barbarians are coming today, and they're bored by rhetoric and public speaking. Why this sudden bewilderment, this confusion? How serious people's faces have become. Why are the streets and squares emptying so rapidly? Everyone going home lost in thought. Because night has fallen, and the barbarians haven't come. And some of our men just in from the border say, there are no barbarians any longer. Now, what's going to happen to us without barbarians? Those people were a kind of solution. Written in 1898. It's an engaging, understandable, pathetic account of what it is not to live so well at the end of an age. A poetic vision of the civilizational near collapse that Kenneth Clark refers to, reminding us that a civilization's principal enemies come not just from without. More insidiously, they spawn from within in stagnant, algae soup-like waters, unstirred by passing angels, waters in which there's no healing to be found. The tendency to which Kenneth Clark refers is manifest in the epoch of the Great Migrations. That's a long time. I think it is legitimate, though, to represent it in terms of a symbolic moment, a sort of crossing of the Rubicon, a foray or a transgression after which things are no longer the same. One could find several such moments. I suggest that one might be Attila's victory at Utus in 447, which began the Huns' invasion of North Italy. 447, a generation later, the patron of Europe was born. St. Benedict of Nursia, born in 480, died in 547. The patron of Europe. The civilizing effect of Benedictine monasticism is doubted by no one. But did St. Benedict have a civilizing mission? Did he advertise and self-publicize a Benedict option? No. This mission was evangelical and Christocentric, pursued in the revealed certainty that what he was constructing would not materially last. If you remember a scene from towards the end of Gregory the Great's second dialogue, St. Benedict sees in a dream the destruction of Monte Cassino. That is the monument in stone to what his life's aspiration had been about. And if you visit Monte Cassino, built and rebuilt, destroyed so many times, you can go into the basement and find what was reputed as St. Benedict's cell in which he wrote the Holy Rule, where a fresco of the destruction of Monte Cassino that Benedict saw in his vision is fetchingly represented. So he was a man building, in the face of great civilizational trauma, something he knew wouldn't last, materially speaking. Did that stop him? Not a moment. Because his enterprise was fundamentally conducted on other terms. What he was concerned with was the manifestation of the mystery of God in this world. The manifestation of the fact that the gospel commandments are realizable and the possible foundation for a society, be it a miniature. And what he was concerned with was the re-establishment of a vertical axis around which society could intelligently and constructively form. What generated the civilization that formed Europe as we know it just still? What generated that civilization was the eruption within chaos of an ordering inspiration embodied in persons and communities as a source of courage, hope, joy, and creativity drawn from a firmly held and collective sense of purposefulness. This is what I would refer to as the creative subversion of the monastic culture. Permit me just briefly to define my terms. Culture is not only, notwithstanding that charming remark by Erwin Scharnach about bookshops, culture is not only to do with bookshops. The primary sense of culture, cultura, refers to the assisted growing and thriving of living things, the cultivation of the land, by which Adam, the earth creature, draws forth from the Adama, the fruitful earth, emerged from arid wastes that were just a moment ago at the bottom of the sea, draws forth from the Adama a wonderful variety of flora. The notion of subversion fits into this semantic landscape of cultivation, horticulture, agriculture. If one looks it up in a dictionary, the definition given will be something like the undermining of the power and authority of an established system or institution. So, subversion as an activity pursued for purposes of destruction, or at least of deconstruction. Literally, though, the verb subvertere has a much more tangible and interesting sense. It refers to a turning underneath, even as convertere refers to a turning round, and revertere to a turning back. A subversive movement is the movement of plowshares underground, turning a layer of soil upside down, rendering that soil apt to receive fresh seed where, unplowed, it would have been an unreceptive baked surface, hardened by the sun and by the passage of the feet of beasts and men, where seeds, if they were sown, would have had no depth of soil, and so be scorched at the rising of the sun, having no root and therefore withering. You will recognize the allusion to the parable of the sower in Matthew 13. Now it is, when one looks at European history, the last 1500 years or so, a curious tendency of monastic flourishing emerging from times of civilizational precariousness, epochal change, or plain disaster. There's a sort of holy blooded-mindedness to the ploughman's subversion. We see this pattern repeated again and again. We see it with St. Benedict in the 5th century. We see it with Alcuin and Boniface in the 8th. We see it at Cluny and at Citeaux in the 11th and 12th centuries. We see it with the mendicants, whose projects had a deep monastic foundation in the 13th century. We see it in the great monastic renewals of the 17th century, of which that of La Trappe, to which I happen to belong, is simply one among very many. And we see it in the 19th post-revolution at La Val-Sainte, at Solesmes, and elsewhere. What are the dynamics of this pattern of monastic cultural subversion? Given the constraints of time and the tediousness of just a rapid comparative purview of its different manifestations, I suggest, hopefully not boring you thereby, that we might turn instead to a textual source in which all the protagonists of such subversion would have recognized a statement of their ideal. A source that was a tremendous international bestseller, written just after the middle of the 4th century, in the city where Caraffi was later to be born. Composed to convey the defining character of what its author called the hikaros caractère of the monastic vocation. I refer, of course, to the Life of Antony, written by Athanasius, the great patriarch of Alexandria. Now, Antony, in some ways the founder of monasticism, lived to be a very old man. He was born around 251 and died in 356, so 104 years old. And it said of him that he said to himself every day, "Today I begin." Antony died in 356, and Athanasius wrote up his life very shortly after that. 356. Just bear that year in mind when you reflect that 30 years later, 386, in Milan, Augustine is sitting in his room reading a book when a friend turns up from North Africa. And Augustine is a bit embarrassed about what he's reading, so he puts the book down and a pile of other books on a gaming table, says Augustine in his Confessions, which I think is a very disarming sort of confession in the Confessions. And the visiting friend does what friends sometimes do. They're curious to see what we're reading at the moment. And he sees that Augustine is reading the letters of St. Paul, and he says, "Wow." And he says, "This is a great book." And then he says, "Do you know this other great book, The Life of Antony?" And then he goes on to say how he discovered it, walking while accompanying the emperor in Trier, in the north of Germany, and finding it in the hut of some eccentrics. So, 30 years after the book was written, you have two North Africans sitting in Milan speaking about a book one of them picked up in Germany. That said something about the distribution and the impact of this work in an astonishingly short period of time. The Life of Antony was long discredited among readers and scholars, considered unworthy of Athanasius, that austere defender of Nicene purity, drawn often enough as an Aristotelian profile ornamented by the flowing robes of a Tübingen divine. There was a shift of perception in about the 1970s, largely to do with that great intuitor, Louis Bouillet, who was such a great reader of texts. And he picked up the Life of Antony and thought, well, there must be something more to this discredited book than just what people say. And he discovered that, by Jove, there is. For Bouillet, the Life of Antony fits perfectly into the works of Athanasius. And I share his reading entirely. He says, well, the Life of Antony is a sort of QED of Athanasius' incarnation theology. Milieu writes in his introduction, Athanasius considered the dogma of the Incarnation to be tied up with the participation in divine life, which he envisaged God extending to all renewed humanity. The principle by which humanity will be renewed in this way is the flesh of God's Son made man. And insofar as men partake of that flesh and live within the body in its mystical instantiation, they will experientially verify the transformation that Christ promises. It's a reading that corresponds to Athanasius' own outlook as stated in his great treatise on the Incarnation, commonly known simply as De Incarnatione, written during the first of several exiles. That one too actually spent in Germany, in Trier. In support of his revolutionary claim in that text, that Christ became human, that we might become divine, which is nothing but a scriptural theme, obliquely citing the second epistle of St. Peter. In support of that claim, Athanasius adduces not only scriptural evidence and sublime conciliar definitions. He says, our arguments are not composed merely of words. No, we have the proof of their truth in experience itself, reminding us that theology, which is a discipline, an intellectual discipline that needs to have a firm intellectual foundation, is also an experiential discipline. And Antony, as Athanasius presents him, is the paradigm of remade man, showing us iconic humanity restored to divine resemblance. Antony's spiritual and human itinerary shows how God cultivates his creature in order to make it flourish and bear fruit, turning a crepuscular existence into a life oriented towards dawn. I'd like to look briefly at the chief stages of this development of Antony's, because, as I said, the account is paradigmatic, and we find here, as it were, the monastic proposition in a narrative nutshell. Athanasius begins by saying something about Antony's fundamental disposition. This is the beginning of the first chapter of the book. He says, Antony was Egyptian by birth. His parents were well born and possessed enough property to be self-sufficient. They were Christians, so Antony was brought up as a Christian. As a child, he was raised by his parents, knowing nothing beside them and life at home. As a result, when the child grew and advanced in age, he did not continue learning his letters, wishing to stand apart from the normal activities of children. His whole desire was, as it is written, to live at home, unaffected by the outside world. He would, however, join his parents in church. And you might say, what about that? It's a portrait of a virtuous child, slightly boring child, somewhat antisocial child, but a bit of careful accompaniment and intentional formation should be able to deal with that. There is, however, a secret message enshrined in this text, and it comes right at the end, when the translator says, his whole desire was, as it is written, to live at home unaffected by the outside world. That little as it written speaks volumes. That was the father's way of indicating a footnote with no content, expecting us to provide the content, expecting us to have the same sort of theological and scriptural culture that they would have, and to pick up, as it were, the resonance. Now, when you read this passage in translation, the resonance isn't all that easy to pick up, because having translators are just faced with impossible tasks sometimes. If you look it up in Greek, though, it becomes pretty immediately apparent, because the word that Athanasius employs is a rare one in the Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament, that was the New Testament's Old Testament. The phrase which is rendered to describe and is desire to live at home unaffected by the outside world, in Greek is hos, like as aplastos. Now, the mere sound of the word plastic fills us now with trembling anxiety, and we think of new continents forming in the oceans, and it's right that we should feel anxious about it. But obviously the basic sense of that term is different. A plastic property is one that can be molded, that can be shaped. That's what makes plastic so useful. And the alpha in aplastos is the Greek alpha privativum, that negates what follows, as in analphabet. And that says something about Antony, that he renounced that wonderful temptation to be a self-made man. He wanted to be made by another. And his concern was to prepare the consistency of the matter that his life constituted in order that another might form it. And the significance of the as it is written is that we find this description of the desire to be aplastos in the book of Genesis, in the 25th chapter, which describes the contrast and complementarity of two very different brothers, Jacob and Esau. Esau being enterprising and efficient and out there doing lots of useful things and bringing back lots of lovely things that one could cook. Whereas Jacob remained at home around the tents, hos aplastos, as someone who was still a-formed, awaiting his form. And the great Jacob's cycle in the book of Genesis, such a terrific read, describes to us how that forming took place, what patience God exercised in order to enable Jacob first to encounter his own illusions, to be rid of them at least partially, to begin to understand what the plot is about, to return from exile, where he had encountered a man more devious even than himself in his uncle, that rascal Laban. Returning to the promised land, the place of his birth and vocation, having a dream corresponding to the dream of his departure, when he rests his head on a rock and sees the vision of the ladder extending from earth to heaven, with angels coming up and down, and then awakening, making a prayer, which is a very sort of human prayer, a prayer in which one can recognize oneself, where it says more or less this: Dear God, thank you for appearing to me last night, it was very nice. And then he says more or less this: I'm off on a journey now. If you give me everything I desire, a lovely wife and property and prosperity and offspring and status, etc., then I will be your faithful servant with an implicit, if not, well, we'll see. As I said, a human prayer. When Jacob returns after a long detour, and human life, sometimes the life of civilizations take detours, when he returns to where things are actually going on, he has another vision, a combative vision, where he confronts the divine presence in the mysterious embodiment of an angel that fights with him throughout the night, refusing to reveal his name, but giving Jacob a new name, and says, finally, you're ready. You know, finally, the clay is kneaded and can be used, and your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel. And you can now get on with your task, which is that of forming new people and showing what human life is capable to be like, capable of being like. In the creation account, Origen says, God makes all that there is by a word. God spoke and there was. That is the great refrain of the first chapter. All things are made in that way, except for the human being, which is made by God's hands. Of course, if you look it up in the Hebrew text of the book of Genesis, you find that the word for creation by speech is one verb, the verb bara, whereas the verb used to indicate creation by God's hand is the verb yatsar, which gives us the name of a very biblical profession, a significant profession in our circumstances, the profession of the yotzer, who is the potter making things of clay, the potter whom Jeremiah sent out to see one day as a sort of exercise in prophecy, watching him make things, and then seeing him make a pot that didn't turn out quite the way he was, and then scrunching it up together to start again. And God says to Jeremiah, you see that? That's what I can do to Israel. That's what I can do to my people. That is my potter's prerogative. So, that's the disposition of Antony. The disposition required to be reformed is to be manual, is to be formal, to have the right consistency, to be neither too firm nor too loose. Anyone who's worked with clay knows that if it's too firm, you can't do anything with it. If it's too soft, well, you can sit there at all legal. I had then a potter's apprentice, and you can form a vase with which you may be very pleased. And you think, that's a nice vase, that's a vase for gladioli. And you look at it for a minute, and then it goes, and it's reduced to an ashtray. So the clay needs to have the right consistency, and that is the foundational requirement for the reforming of a minor mundus, perhaps also collectively. That's the first stage of the life. I'll go through the other ones more briefly. The second one speaks of Antony's call. We heard that he was a Christian, brought up in a Christian household. The Word of God was familiar to him from childhood. Athanasius said he paid such close attention to the reading of Scripture that nothing was wasted. He remembered everything. Memory took the place of books. And that little remark gives us a key to the rest of the life of Antony, because he is someone who is thoroughly imbibed, who carries the word of Scripture within his memory. Yet he did experience the personal nature of a particular word when he popped into church one day, as one would as a devout child, and heard the gospel reading saying, if you would be perfect, sell all that wealth. And he thought, that's for me. Now it begins. And then he follows that call, and thereby inaugurates a kind of new humanity. Hearing a word from outside, receiving it, and saying, cost what it may, I'm going to follow this one. And I'm going to follow it to the end. That leads him into the next stage of the life, which is the stage of testing. When he goes out, after a first experiment in ascetic living in his own back garden, when he goes out to live in a cemetery, known to be a place of demonic occupation, where he spends years exposed to extreme spiritual trials and temptations, described in great detail by Athanasius. And it was this part of the life that led to the discrediting of the text, because for many centuries it was the only part of the life of Antony that anyone ever remembered, partly because it had had such a tremendous appeal to the visual arts. Michelangelo was, as far as I know, the first to paint a picture of Antony's temptation. There he is floating in the air, surrounded by demons, and it all looks ghastly and fascinating. And that created a whole genre in painting. The temptations of Antony recur again and again and again and again in the works of many distinguished painters, from Michelangelo to Bruegel and beyond. The effect of one such pictorial account of the life of Antony that sort of legitimated a playing with perversion by artists in a way that wasn't just confined to the description of the damned in hell. So it legitimated a sort of an outpouring of not always very salubrious imaginations. novelist Gustave Flaubert found himself before such a painting in Genoa in 1845, a painting that was then ascribed to Bruegel, but that we know now is in the work of Jan Verbeek. And it made such an impression on us, this confrontation with Antony's trials, that it haunted him throughout life. And it made him work for about 2 decades on what was to become, and still is, to my mind, a fairly unreadable prose poem on the temptations of St. Anthony, which concludes with this extraordinary cadence. This is Anthony speaking in Flaubert's tone of voice. O joy of bliss, I beheld the birth of life, I've seen the beginning of motion, my pulses throb even to the point of bursting. I long to fly, to swim, to bark, to bellow, to howl. Would that I had wings, a carapace, a shell, that I could breathe out smoke, wield a trunk, make my body writhe, divide myself everywhere, be in everything, emanate with odors, develop myself like the plants, flow like water, vibrate like sound, shine like light, squatting on all forms, penetrate each atom, descend to the very bottom of matter, be matter itself. And so it goes on. It's an expression of a kind of psychedelic pantheism. And so it is no wonder that an austere, enlightened divine like Adolf von Harnack declared that the life of Antony, and I cite, was probably the most disastrous book ever written. But he missed the point. Because this time of temptation is merely a stage in a process which shows the importance of facing depths, of confronting your imagination, your desire, your passion, your rage, in all its varieties and aspects, in order to deal with those aspects, which speaks about the importance of overcoming illusions, about battling passions, about discovering what it is to be free, about acquiring self-knowledge, and about acquiring maturity through battle. The final stage, or the final chapter, if you like, of that stage of Antony's life, of his years in the cemetery, describes an attack which is so fierce that even Antony, the fearless, is at his wits' end, and at the end of his strength, he thinks, well, I just can't do this anymore. At which point, a ray of light breaks through the ceiling, and the presence of God is palpably there, and the illusions vanish like that, and Antony is free and relieved and thankful, and at the same indignant. And he says, but God, where were you? Why didn't you come at the beginning of this? And the Lord says to him, I was there, Antony, but I needed to see you fight. That is the great message of this part of the life of Antony. And the message is that whatever demons we may be carrying, whatever demons we may be confronting, well, if you read through Athanasius' book of Antony's life, you will see, well, he's been there first, and if he could do it, I can do it. That's also the pep talk aspect of this part of the biography. Then comes the next great stage, which is that of reforming, which happens in secret, when Antony retires from the cemetery into the desert and settles in an abandoned fort where he shuts the door and remains without seeing hardly anyone except his friends who come periodically to give him some Egyptian bread, stays there for 20 years, singing, praying, and really letting God's creative, forming potter's hands do their work on him undistracted. He spent those 20 years as Athanasius as though hidden away in the innermost recesses of a sanctuary. Having confronted all his impurities and perversions, he could surrender himself to a gracious ordering fit to emerge after 20 years when his friends, and it's a nice aspect of the life of Anthony, that he always had friends, and they remained faithful to him, even when they didn't have a chance to meet him for 20 years. When his friends just couldn't deal with him anymore, they broke down the door and they said, as to another Lazarus, "Anthony, come out!" And he came out, and they weren't sure what to expect. An angel, a demon? Would he walk on this earth or float? And at first they were a little bit disappointed because he was so recognizably himself. Neither too thick nor too thin, says Athanasius. But still possessed of something different. Because he was, says Athanasius, like someone, we might translate, like someone guided by reason, subsisting naturally. Or, if we attend a bit more pedantically to the Greek text, we will find that it says that he emerged hos hypo tou logu kybernomenos kai ento kataphysin estos. So he emerged as someone governed kybernomenos by the logos, which can sustain the sense of both reason and the word with a capital W, the divine word, and hestos ento kataphysin. Conformed to his nature. What people saw when Anthony emerged was, golly, that's a real human being. And they were amazed. And that takes us into the next great stage of Anthony's life, which is that of testimony and teaching. When we find that the graces and wisdom he's received through his long years of battle and solitude are freely shared. And when he speaks a pedagogy of spiritual battle oriented towards fearlessness and towards freedom. And it becomes abundantly clear that Anthony is not a world hater. His hospitality was prodigious. He welcomed everyone who came. And he did engage with the world, though with discernment. He wasn't wondering once when the emperor wrote to him, having heard of Anthony's fame, and invited him to an audience. And what you do if you live in the inner desert of Egypt and the emperor writes to you saying, "Be happy to see you." Anthony didn't know, so he went to his friend, who was called Paul, Abbot Paul, and said, "What do I do about this?" And Abbot Paul said, "Now, if you go, we will call you Anthony. If you stay, we will call you Abba Anthony." So Anthony stayed. He did write the emperor a nice letter. He engaged with the world also in the sense that he once had a vision from the Lord of a physician in Alexandria who was his equal in spiritual merit, a man who was a doctor by profession. And whatever he had, beyond his needs, he gave to the poor, and every day he sang the Sanctus with the angels. So Anthony is reminded of the fraternity that unites him to the rest of humanity. And he's reminded not to foster a sense of his own excellence, that there are people who haven't had the benefit of more privileged experience, who've actually reached further than him. He did also go into Alexandria when it was needed. During the persecution of Diocletian, he said, "Well, I can't leave the church alone now." So Anthony, proverbial, turned up and everyone was amazed, because he stood there calmly and in newly laundered clothes. Now, these old desert ascetics didn't launder their clothes when they didn't have to. So the fact that he was keen to make his robes white as they would get, was a sign that he was ready for the ultimate sacrifice, demonstrating, Athanasius says, the resolve of Christians. As it happened, he wasn't called to bring that sacrifice. So when persecution ended, Anthony left where he was staying and withdrew once again to his monastic dwelling, and each day bore witness there with his conscience and waged battle in the contests of the faith, increasing his asceticism, all that on behalf of and in the name of the church. A vicarious combat motivated by charity. Charity, and by another category of engagement, which is fundamental to the monastic tradition, which is that of compassion. He would suffer with those who suffered, says Athanasius, and pray for them, and bear their burdens. He became to others a Christ-bearer, a Christophoros, and therefore a source of consolation. That leads us to the final testament of Antony, when, at the age of 104, it's time to come to leave this world, and he said to his disciples, "Be faithful, fear not." Those are the fundamental counsels. Be faithful, fear not. And then, wonderfully, let Christ be the air you breathe. Believe in him. Live as though you were going to die each day. Live each day as if this minor mundus that you are would cease today. Observe yourselves, be mindful of yourselves. Watch your choices. Watch your thoughts. Remember what I've taught you. Have no dealings with heretics and schismatics, by which he meant, remember that there are certain standards of truth that can't be compromised. It was both the life and the apophthegms shows Antony receiving all comers cordially and kindly, but he wouldn't compromise on truth. And then, finally and importantly, be united among yourselves and stay close to the saints. Having said that, Antony, as Jacob once, the patriarch Jacob, drew his feet up into his bed and died, having instructed his disciples to bury him in an unknown place so that he wouldn't be turned into an embalmed monster. These are the terms on which monasticism has caused dying embers of civilization to burst into new flame and turning the apparent decline of the world into a new beginning, turning dusk into dawn. And it's on this note that I would like to conclude briefly. I don't think there's much risk of these terms ever losing relevance or applicability. They awaken the human being, and so society, to the stature, freedom, and beatitude we are equipped to reach, often enough entirely unbeknownst to ourselves. The monastic vision is not a utopian vision, but it is a hopeful vision. It's illumined by charity. It beholds the world with compunction and desires the salvation of the world. It looks on the world kindly, desiring the redeeming of each woman and man in it. That's a hopeful corrective to the often rather inflated rhetoric one hears now and again these days about a Christian duty to save Western civilization at any costs. It is interesting and helpful then to bear in mind the constructive critique of Paul Kingsnorth given in the Erasmus lectures before Christmas, where he exhorts us not to instrumentalize faith to maintain a product of faith. That just doesn't go anywhere. When Athanasius went out into the desert to visit Antony, and he spent at least 3 of his 5 prolonged exiles out in the desert with the monks, he saw hos paradisos epipotamon, like a paradise upon a river. He saw a kind of Edenic revival, which was resonant at the same time with the fulfillment of God's promise to the ancient and to the new Israel. Because Athanasius, he says, couldn't keep himself from exclaiming, seeing this thing, "How lovely are your dwellings, Jacob, your tents, O Israel," showing us what Antony was becoming, and showing us what the desert was being turned into, the desert becoming a city. To cite the title of the book by Dermis Chitty, which is still very readable. These monastic settlements, as their successors in later epochs, didn't cut themselves off from the world in order to construct a different sort of world. They carried the civic order in their prayer and in their compassion, remembering on its behalf foundations it had forgotten, so that on this basis it might constitute itself afresh, always extending a gracious welcome when the world turned up on their doorsteps. This monastic subversive trend is a generative trend. there is a decisive narrative turning point in both the life of Antony and the life of Benedict, and in many analogous texts, when these great combatants referred to as valiant men become fathers, when they become equipped to become sources of life for others. That's when their real mission begins. In this endeavor, they were acutely aware of the dual dynamics of living and dying, because mortification does have its undisputed place in Christian polity. What matters is to know clearly what one is dying to and what one should cultivate in order that it might live. Like the tree that the proprietor wants to cut down, but the gardener says, oh, give it just one more season and I'll try. The monastic life in this way is a life of vicarious oblation, and that explains what the constitutions of my own order describes as its hidden apostolic fruitfulness. So how does monastic culture exercise its subversion? By submitting the soil of the moment to the plowshares of Christ's commands, by confronting the depths of self and self's pretensions, by weighing mendacity against truthfulness, by repenting of the time's ills and seeking to repair those ills, by bearing others' burdens in charity and sympathy, and by spreading abroad, like the 72 disciples first sent out, by spreading abroad Christ's peace, which the world just cannot give. To live in such a way, patience is called for. As Benedict says at the end of the prologue to his rule, per patientiam passionibus Christi participium, may we by patience participate in the passion of Christ. Pointing to the stature of patience. Patience isn't just a matter of sitting things out. So patience is needed, and also readiness for battle. Psalm 144 begins with a stirring verse, blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. The battle, first and foremost, against the demons within. And it is foolish to believe that spiritual battle is not called for in the forming or reforming of a world, bestowing on this battle a political dimension, to do with the constitution of the polis, as Christopher Dawson remarks towards the end of his book, The Judgment of the Nations, written in 1942, a significant year, when he says, it is impossible to dismiss the claims of Christianity as irrelevant to the problem of international order. For the demonic powers which have entered the empty house of secular civilization are not to be exorcised by the economist or the politician. Religion is the only power that can meet the forces of destruction on equal terms and save mankind from its spiritual enemies. Permit me to finish with a final pedantry in aim of clarifying terms. We're gathered to discuss what it means to live well at the end of a world. An end isn't just a terminus, as on a metro line. It's not just a chronological marker. An end is also an indication of finality. And surely one of the reasons the world now seems so apocalyptic in the common sense of that word is that hardly anyone remembers what the world is for. Near total loss of purposefulness. To restore such a thing as purposefulness in a word-saturated, hyper-digitized, TikTok rhythmed epoch, more is needed than just pretty turns of phrase and even fiery exhortations. The only thing that would really move us is the force of desirable example, of seeing somebody live and say, I'd like to live like that. And then we should remember that a single reformed minor mundus can have a transformative impact on a whole society. That great bishop, Ildefonso Schuster, who was Archbishop of Milan from 1929 to 54, said to his clergy just after the war, it seems people are no longer convinced by our preaching much, but faced with sanctity, they still believe, still kneel down and pray. it is said of Abba Antony, 3 fathers used to go out and visit Blessed Antony every year, and 2 of them used to discuss their thoughts and the salvation of their souls with him. But the 3rd always remained silent and did not ask him anything. After a long time, Abba Antony said to him, "You often come to see me, brother, but you never ask me anything." And the other replied, "It's enough for me to see, Father." Now, that's an example of cultural subversion that has worked. Thank you.
So I think it's time for questions, and we'll ask that you stand up when you ask the question.
Thank you very much.
What?
Testing. Check 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much for this light that you have given us, with full of suggestions. I think that we need time to iterate to go deeper. I wanted to contextualize your proposal, taking this idea of Benedict XVI about creative minorities and the dialogue between Toynbee and Spender. So about the decline of Western society. Because the idea of Toynbee was so the declining could be, but is not something that necessary will happen in a society if there are creative minorities that in a context of declining, they take the answer that was at the beginning of this civilization and now they give a new answer. So I try to put yourself inside this dialogue between these 2 historians. Why? Because my concern is your topic today, not to be contextualized. So what is the answer? Excuse me, what is the question that today we need to answer? And now, what is your answer?
So the question is, what is the question today we need to answer, and what is my answer? It seems to me like a great question of today, which has a bearing on those things we talked about yesterday. On those things is the question of the human being. That seems to be abundantly clear. That it is the key. What is it to be human? Where do we come from? Where do we go? What are we? What does our experience mean? What have we the possibility to become? And I think the exemplary significance of monastic history in its various epochs quite often pertains to the monks and nuns' answer to that particular question, which they set about answering, not necessarily by writing books about it, though some did, but by probing deep humanity in themselves, and thereby showing being sort of trailblazers to others. And not by setting themselves out to become, I think it's rarely constructive. The way we would be inclined to do today is like societies are going, we need some creative minorities. I'll go out and found a creative minority. That's often very likely not to work. And so that is where we're faced with a challenge of these great figures like Antony and Benedict, who are also faced with great cultural upheaval, and who simply went out, first of all, to confront themselves, to become renewed, to live, as Scraper says about Benedict, to live alone with himself before the face of God. I think it's that sort of exposure that is needed now. And I think sometimes, someone said to me the other day, that, you know, it's impossible to sing a new song now if you're constantly listening to all the refrains. That we've got to seek out the silence first, let the word within resonate, and then see what happens. But that requires the patience with which we're so ill-equipped. That would simply be side pointers.
Thank you. Anthony says to God, "Where were you, God?" And God responds, "I needed to see you fight." I found that a very kind of rousing passage from your talk, and just for a moment I kind of envisioned Anthony like a Russell Crowe character who, rather than entering the Colosseum, was engaging in as a kind of gladiator of the spirit. My question is how Christians can and how Christians should describe that duty to fight. Christians are well practiced, I think, in describing the virtues of peacemaking and reconciliation. We heard about some of that from the speaker from yesterday. But about the duty to fight is, I think, something that we feel less practiced and less able to do.
I think that we largely lost the vocabulary for it. And that is precisely why these texts are so stirring. And, you know, I contextualized that quote with a reference to a psalm verse, but you could find, I mean, you could form a whole florilege of scriptural texts on that theme. And the fighting dimension is, and many of the early monks are referred to as athletes of Christ. The fighting which is referred to, of course, is primarily against, well, it's against the passions within, and within the ancient enemy, well, and against the ancient enemy without, whom Athanasius refers to in his life as homisokalos, the one who hates the good. And that's a good one to bear in mind as well, that whenever we're engaged in a cause which is for the truly good, we can just take it for granted that there'll be a tripper up. So that's not something to make a huge song and dance about. It's just a matter of being strategically equipped. But the main battle is against the passions within, so that one's engagement without, be it in a situation of violent persecution, as during the Diocletian age in Alexandria, be it in verbal combat, in controversies, one can engage in them with fortitude, yet with peace. Dorotheus of Gaza, a later father, says something that I think I'm often challenged by. And I try to maintain as a criterion of discernment about the correction of the brethren. You know, you see someone doing something they shouldn't be doing, and you want to put them right. And he says, well, this is a great and Christian and very necessary virtue, and it's a way to build up a community, and it is extremely estimable. Blah, blah, blah. He goes on and on and on. And then he says, but if at the moment of going out to correct your brother, you ascertain that there is the least flicker of jealousy, anger, or bitterness in your own heart, say nothing. Because a word, even an objectively constructive word, proclaiming an objective truth, is unlikely to be fruitful if uttered with spite. So that's a fundamental daily battle to keep fighting.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the remarks. Your talk reminded me of Joseph Pieper, the leisure-based culture, especially in the beginning. He speaks about why would I talk about rebuilding or building at a time when the world seems to have fallen apart at the end of World War II. So my question is, following the question of how to fight well, it also seems how do you rest well, leisure, what role does leisure have within the notion of creative subversion, especially as Benedict and Bora Bora, there's work in prayer, but then what role does rest have with recreating the world in a sense?
Good question. Well, the notion of rest as Ortsium Satum is also part of monastic vocabulary. Monks and nuns easily forget it, but it is there. And I think one of the fundamentally important aspects of that is to remind us that ultimately I'm not the one exercising significant agency. That the world doesn't stop if for a while I don't actively engage with it or act upon it. And that's quite a reassuring realization. And so leisure, or the Ortsium, is it is a sitting back to take stock. It is a way to let one's strength be restored, and thereby to realize that too is a gift outside my control, of which I need to be made and be intentionally susceptible. And of course, leisure is also a requirement to live contemplatively. That is to see the world in context, to consider the world, to learn to sit still and look at something for a while, to let one's imagination rest, in order then to be available for new inspirations. So, yes, I think those things are really important. And it's a high aspiration to articulate one's life and existence in such a way that it incorporates rest, but also in such a way that rest somehow infuses agency. I'll give you a silly example. I lived for a while at San Anselmo in Rome on top of the Aventine. And when you come up the Aventine, if anyone knows from the Circolo, the slope is very gentle, so you're not really terribly conscious that you're mounting one of the great hills of Rome. But on the other side, it's pretty steep. And from San Anselmo, there's a very steep trail going down to the Via Manuata, when the monks need to breathe the air of the world on an afternoon. And going down is fine. Coming up is tough going, particularly on a hot summer's day. And on a plateau halfway, a kindly monk of ages past has placed a bench painted in green paint with an inscription in red that reads, "In labore requies," rest in labor, which is a line from the Pentecost sequence. But I remember when I first saw that, I was very struck by it, because it points to the challenge of trying even to labor in such a way that the dimension of rest, or leisure, if you like, is not entirely absent, thereby giving my work a quality of ease and my conscious rest, a certain energy. Yeah, so I think that it's important not to cultivate leisure, but also not to compartmentalize it too rigorously.
Thank you, Bishop, for your talk and your presence. I wanted to know if you could expand on a paradox that came up in your talk, and I think it's summarized well by St. Paul in his determination to know only Christ and Him crucified. In the back of my mind, I have figures like St. Basil and St. Francis, who, like Basil, was on track to be an eminent rhetorician and philosopher, left that behind to emulate the Dutch Fathers. And St. Francis, who becomes, in one way, a very uncivilized man. But both of them become fountainheads of civilization. St. Basil nicknamed the lawgiver, and then St. Francis as like a centerpiece and a fire of Western civilization for centuries. So maybe to put my question provocatively, is there also some kind of duty for Christians to become illiterate, to become uncivilized, unlearned, in the midst of, this proposal of subversion and generativity in the culture?
I think I would be careful about framing it in those exact terms. I think I would rather point you towards in some ways, the epitomization of that paradox. In the life of Benedict, when Gregory the Great says of him that he became learnedly unlearned, or when it says of St. Anthony in that passage which I read to you, that he wanted to be unaffected by, and that's why he didn't want to go to school, because he didn't want to be saturated by, not because he didn't want to read, but because he wanted to construct his mental and personal universe founded on terms that were other than those sort of surrounding cultural civilization, if you like. That is not to say that he was incapable of engaging with it. I mean, one of the really exciting things in sort of patristic scholarship of the last 20 years or so has been the discovery of the extremely probable authenticity of the letters ascribed to Antony that don't sort of fit the character of Antony as the bumpkin often presented. And in fact, they are literal. They show, a knowledge of necessary vocabulary in order to answer people's questions at the time. So I think there is always, a rhetorical dimension to this. It's like the great 17th century abbot of Natrap, Abbot Montmorency, who had a famous and very public conflict with the Benedictine Mabillon, the incarnation of civilized scholarship, and the two had sort of a pamphlet war, and Montmorency said, this is no good at all, and this is a distraction for monks, and monks shouldn't study all this stuff. And this can seem pretty harsh, but then you must remember that Montmorency himself was one of the foremost Greek scholars of his age. He translated the Latin of John Clementus. And he was, at a later time in his life, fully reconciled, not only fully reconciled with Mabillon, but the two became good friends. So I think we must beware of the Christian way tends to be that of making of the two one. That is both a gospel term and a Pauline term. That requires discernment, of course, but I think that is basically the path we should have to follow.
Please join me in thanking Bishop Carter for We're going to take a brief break of about half an hour before our next stop. There are refreshments over here on this side of the room, a men's room here, women's room here, more facilities downstairs in the lobby. And we'll look forward to Jim Hankins on the Italian Renaissance at 11:30. And together with his high school classmate, the distinguished American historian Alan Balzo at Princeton, he has written The Golden Thread, the Ancient World in Christendom, which is a new high school curriculum teaching the history of Western civilization that'll be out later this spring from Encounter Books. And he'll be speaking with us this morning on restoring classical civilization in the Renaissance, 3 approaches. Jim, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, you'll be happy to know that in the Golden Thread, the last chapter begins by saying there were 2 great renaissances in the European civilization. One was in the 12th century, one was in the 15th century. And the more important one was in the 12th century. I admit that. All right. That's because I'm retiring. I don't need students in my class anymore. So I can say what I really think. In fact, I used to get mail for Charles Summer. My name is Hankin, because he was Haskins. When I first got to Harvard, I used to get his mail. Of course, he died in the 1950s. Memory lives on. So, as mentioned, I'm engaged in writing this book, Golden Thread, subtitled History of the Western Tradition, History of Several Civilizations that have gone into creating the Western tradition. And so I'm doing it part from the Greeks, ancient Greeks, to the Renaissance, Italian Renaissance, 1500. My friend Alan Kelso, who I've known since junior high school, is doing the Reformation to the present. The reason for this is that I'm Catholic and Alan is Protestant. So we don't want to recapitulate our teenage years of theological debate in this book. So I just wanted him to stay Nicene. And don't get too proud. We see eye to eye on almost everything. So I've been correcting the proofs of this book in the last month, and I have the first 2,500 years of Western civilization in my head in a synoptic way, in more than any time in my 60 years of studying and teaching about Western history I've ever actually had to do an entire narrative of that whole period. So one of the purposes of this history is to provide historical perspective, which also provides comfort and hope by showing us that no matter how disoriented our times seem, our civilization has been there before. I remember writing an article about COVID and comparing COVID to the Black Death, trying to remind my fellow citizens that 1/3 of 1% mortality is not like the Black Death, even though they're all behaving as though it's the Black Death. So not only is knowing the past help, source of comfort and hope, it also teaches us that we have sometimes, not always, often I should say, succeeded in recovering from what seemed extinction level events and crises. Now, in the case of the Romans, and I include in Roman Empire the history of the Christian Rome in the 4th century onwards, and the East Roman Empire, aka the Byzantine. If you take Rome history all from 453 BC down to 1453 AD, which is the gold standard on the history as far as I'm concerned, it's survived many crises, extinction level events. The first one, I think, is in the 4th century BC in 390 when the Gauls sacked Rome, which taught the Romans they have to keep up their military virtue. Then there was the fall of the Republic. In the end of the 1st century, the 3rd century crisis, which I'll talk about a little bit in a second. There was the fall of the Western Latin-speaking part of the empire in the 5th century to the barbarians. There's the 6th century Great Plague, which wiped out maybe 40% of the population of the Roman Empire. There were the 7th century Persian and Islamic invasions of the Roman Empire, after which 2/3 of the empire's population and landmass was taken away. There were the invasions of the Seljuk Turks in the 11th century, which took away Asia Minor from East Rome. And then finally, the one that got the Romans in the end was the Ottoman Turks. But they survived a lot of crises over their 2,206 years of history. Now, we were talking yesterday about the end of the world. I didn't hear about the doom and gloom, the words divine providence. I know this audience consists of Christians and Jews and some philosophical theists, perhaps, and atheists. But I think it's worth remembering how Jews and Christians understood all these disasters and crises and found lessons of hope in them as expressing the will of divine providence. And the Christian view of these events is often quite different from the view, I should say the Jewish and Christian view of these events is also often quite different from that of the modern secular historians. We tend to mourn, as American Republicans will, the end of the Republic, but the early Christian historiography thought this was a good thing, establishing the Pax Romana, which was a way to create conditions for the spread of Christianity. And then in the first century AD, the end of the Jewish state, when zealots radicalized Jewish people enough to start a revolt and a war with the Romans. They were inspired by the book of Joshua. They thought God would be on their side and save them, and they could declare defense of the Romans. We know about this from Josephus, the Jewish historian, who tells us about these crazy zealots. At one point, they're being under siege from the Romans in the city of Jerusalem, and the zealots go around destroying the food supplies of the defenders of Jerusalem on the grounds that if they do so, that God will have to send legions of angels to defeat the Romans. So Josephus thinks this is not very wise, and in fact it wasn't very wise. The Romans responded to the Jewish revolt over a period of 7 years from 66 AD to the 130s by wiping out the Jewish state. Jerusalem was razed to the ground. It was turned into a Roman army camp called Aelia Capitolina. It was garrisoned by a Roman legion and later by 2 Roman legions. The Jews were not permitted to enter Jerusalem, so the Jews began their second exile. There was a small sect at the time after 70 AD called the Christians, who saw in this event fulfillment of the warnings and prophecies of John the Baptist and Jesus. And this small sect grew to much greater size as a result of the destruction of Jerusalem. There's a historian named Keith Hopkins, a very good historian actually, who thought that after 70 AD, the number of Christians was around 7,000. Not a very large number, and even if he's off by an order, he allows that he might be off by an order of magnitude, so there might be 70,000 Christians, but he thinks but it's a rather small number. But after the Jews are, the Jewish nation was destroyed by the Romans, and it was unhealthy to be Jewish, that the Christians began to outnumber the Jews. The Jews outnumbered the Christians by a lot at the beginning of the 2nd century. By the end of the 2nd century, the Christians were more numerous. Then there's the 3rd century crisis, which, if you read any modern historian, this is the Roman Empire about to say goodbye to the world. There was the Cyprianic plague of 250 and the Decian persecution that followed that. The Christians were blamed for the plague, and the Roman state tried to wipe the Christians out. And they made everyone take loyalty oaths. We have some of these loyalty oaths that survive in the sands of Egypt, where people have to prove that they're not Christian. They wanted to destroy the superstitio of Christians, who after all were worshipping a criminal executed by the Roman state. So the Romans went after them. But then the Romans soon had much bigger problems on their hands in in the late 3rd century, the so-called crisis of the 3rd, not so-called, really is a crisis of the 3rd century. Extreme instability in the imperial office, a terrifying breakdown in the Roman order, a civil war between rival power brokers in the Roman army. There were some 60 emperors in 50 years, so some of them lasted less than a day. So you have a terrible situation for the Roman Empire. All these troops that had been on the borders defending the empire against barbarian tribes, they're now all being drawn to the center. The center had been at peace for, well, 250 years since Augustus, and they had built this civilized life in the Mediterranean without any war for 250 years, very little war, aside from the Jewish wars. But now the whole empire seemed to implode. The borders imploded, the barbarians are pouring over the border, the Roman armies are fighting each other in civil war. They need money, 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 because you have to pay soldiers in the Roman Empire. There were citizen soldiers, and that meant higher taxes. They inflated the currency, they debased the currency. They ruined the elites, the civic elites of Rome in that period. And the civic elites were the groups that supported the pagan religion. Right? And all the temple endowments which had built over centuries, they were wiped out. And not surprisingly, the temples began to be deserted. Paganism had actually had a great century in the 2nd century, but in the late 3rd century it just collapsed. They don't have any money. There's no one to support the festivals. There's no one in the churches and the temples. Christians are building on top of pagan temples. So, and this is a period that's reviewed by the church historian Eusebius, who says this is the little piece of the church. So what happens during the little piece of the church is that the church grows vastly in size. And the reason is that all the social kind of support networks in these cities as a result of crisis, the financial crisis above all, are gone. But there were the Christians who were offering help to the elderly and to widows and to abandoned children and to the poor. And the Christians got a great reputation for their charity. Lots of Romans thought that Christians were crazy, or they were fanatics, they didn't understand Christianity, but they came to admire this and charity of Christians. So when Diocletian started the last great Roman campaign to destroy Christianity, this is in the first decade of the 4th century, he couldn't do it. There were just too many Christians. There were probably at least 3 million Christians in an empire of 60 million. And there's that many people that can't be wiped out. And so eventually this whole attempt to destroy the Christians backfired. Constantine decided that he would become, he had a vision of building a bridge, and decided that he would be Christian. And Christians started to love Constantine, and Christians constituted the vast majority in some eastern cities. Constantine's a Western emperor, he's trying to defeat the Eastern emperors. So the Eastern emperors find themselves as this large column of Christians in the middle of their cities. So basically what happens is that the Christianity becomes the most sacred cult as a result of Constantine's conversion, his defeat of Licinius in 324. The Christian point of view, the crisis of the 3rd century was Felix Culpa, but it's a Felix calamitas, I guess you would say, that the Christianity survived and grew and took over the Roman Empire and resolved this terrible disaster for the Roman people. This is where you have actually I think Tertullian was the first, in the early 3rd century, was the first person to say that the blood of martyrs is the seed of the church. But this is the first way the Christians understood these horrible events of the 3rd century as something that prepared the world for Christianity. So it was natural that Christians in the 4th century believed that the Roman Empire was now Christian, it was now the partner of God in changing the world, making the world more Christian. This is Ambrose. Ambrose is who was a Roman aristocrat, converted to Christianity. And he thought, well, the Roman Empire is now God's instrument. And then, of course, what happened next is 410 AD, the sack of Rome by the Goths, and so then they had to rethink this. And Augustine famously rethinks the whole relationship to the Roman Empire in the city of God, and includes that maybe God is not on the side of Rome after all. So, in discussing the success of Christianity and how it grew from disasters suffered both by the Jewish and Roman states, I'm not suggesting that we should try to adopt a providential interpretation of what is happening to us now in our current civilizational collapse, or apparent civilizational collapse, where we have rapidly accelerating change, we have a collapse of trust in institutions, we have a cultural revolution that's trying to wipe out our past. The sense we all have, or at least I have, I'm 70 years old, that I'm simply not living in the same world that I was born into, that things have become very, very different very, very quickly. But I think any claim to know God's will would be extraordinarily presumptuous, and I'd risk it, and I would never think of building an interpretation in the present time around knowledge of that. I think I would end up being like Ambrose and disprove it within 20 years of what's going on. So in practice, anyway, believing that we know what God is doing and will do is a formula, I think, for the loss of hope when our predictions go wrong. However, if we're Jews and we're Christians, we believe in divine superintendence of history. This should give us hope. And Catholics, in addition, have the doctrine of the indefectibility of the Church. The Church is founded by Christ and persevere and remain an institution of salvation until the end of time. So, in our current predicament, we can't see the will of God. I don't think we should try to see the direction of God's will is taking us. We have to only act on the light that we have, the faith and moral convictions that we have inherited from our tradition. So all this is by way of introducing what I want to say about the Renaissance. And I can tell from the impressions on your, especially your face, that you're like my students. When I get to the end of a long introduction, and then I say, now I'll launch into my lecture. What? We're not there yet? So I promised today to talk about the light that we can get from this earlier period of history, the late medieval Renaissance period, which is another time in Western history where the world seemed to be coming apart, where there's loss of trust in the most important political and cultural institutions. There's a loss of trust in science and economic certainties of previous generations. And I think in this 14th century period, the 14th and 15th century, we have a lot of parallels that are far more precise than anything you find in Roman history. So I want to take you back to the 14th century, when Europe was really living in another one of these great crises of the times, when all the great institutions of the high medieval period seemed to be losing steam or even collapsing. And I'm defining institutions in a wide sense, in the sense that Yuval Levin used as forms of common life that shape human behavior and relationships by providing a framework of rules, norms, and practices. So durable forms of social life. So when I say institutions, I would include forms of social life, such as the chivalric ethos, and scholasticism as an approach to training the mind. These are all institutions in this broad sense. So there are a lot of institutions that were discredited or discredited themselves by the mid-14th century. They generated a loss of trust. And the principal one was the papacy, I'm sorry to say. There was the project, as you know, in the high Middle Ages of the papacy to create a kind of Christian caliphate under Gregory VII. The papacy made itself into a sort of parallel government with its own bureaucracy, its own law code, its own courts, its own financial institutions and taxes, vast agricultural estates. The church owned maybe a third of the property, the land, the agricultural property in Europe. In this period, agriculture is the source of wealth, right? And trade and commerce is a very small percentage of medieval wealth. The church also made itself into a military power by sponsoring crusades. Crusades are a papal industry, at least most of them are. They have to be declared by the popes, and their leadership has to be appointed by the popes. And you have to take, if you want to be on a crusade, you have to take a crusader oath, which is a religious oath. So what happens to the empire, the medieval empire? The medieval empire collapses because of the success of the papacy. Something Otto Weissman, one of the great historians of the 12th century, said that God has made the church great, and the result of that is to make the empire weak. And as I said, the church stripped the empire of control over land, benefits and land. That's how you reward your supporters in the medieval period, you give them land. So the church began to fight back, as you would expect. One of the things it did is called itself the Holy Roman Empire. It had been just the empire before, well, 1155, that was the date. And Frederick I, the first Hohenstaufen emperor, said, we're going to call us the Holy Roman Empire, just to show that sacrality is not confined to papacy. So they have this big conflict that goes on, well, for 2 centuries, really, between the mid-11th and mid-13th century. In my book, I call this a case of mutually assured destruction, because the papacy succeeds in destroying the Hohenstaufen dynasty, and the empire goes into permanent. It lasts until 1806, when Napoleon finally drives the stake through its heart, but it's a very weak and fragmented institution after the time of Hohenstaufen. But the papacy also discredits itself. And one thing it does, for example, it organizes the Sixth Crusade, which is the crusade that Frederick II went on. Frederick II went on, it was the most successful crusade since the first. But the papacy didn't like the fact that Frederick II had been excommunicated. They didn't like the idea of an excommunicated emperor who was leading a successful crusade. So they undermined him, and so Christians can understand why the conquest of the Holy Land did not have the support of the papacy. That was the only time that Jerusalem was retaken from Islamic forces, was during the Sixth Crusade of Frederick II. But even more, the papacy started using crusade against its European Christian enemies. So they were declaring crusades against everybody from the Albigensians down to the end of the 15th century. Anybody they didn't like the crusade against. And that was not what crusades were for. They raised a lot of money from crusades to indulgences. So we know how that turned out. So this is part of the collapse of the 14th century. No one really respects the Holy Roman Emperor. No one really respects the papacy, except people who stand to benefit from it. Petrarch is very ferocious on this subject. So what happens after the Crusaders don't have any positive ideal of fighting the kingdom in the Holy Land? What do they do after the Crusades are lost? One thing we always forget is that the Christians lost the Crusades. The last Crusader was ejected from the Holy Land in 1291 at the fall of Acre. So Europe is heavily militarized in the Crusades. But what are all these soldiers going to do? Well, they start a civil war. They're fighting each other. There's a pan-European civil war, which we call the 100 Years' War. Actually, it's closer to 150 Years' War. And it starts between France and England, but by the end of it, all the European powers have become involved in this pan-European civil war, Christian on Christian violence. And when it's in the intervals of this war, and there are many intervals in the 100 years when there's peace, you still have soldiers that need to be fed, need to be paid. So they turn into footpads, they turn into bandits, and huge armies of them go to Italy. They're called the Free Companies. and they ravage Italy, and they shake down the cities. So it's a terrible time in the 14th century. And meanwhile, in the East, the Ottoman Turks are rising, starting to threaten Christendom, but Europe can't unite to do anything against them. And then the blows really start to fall, okay, starting with the 1340s. In the 1340s, the European economic system collapses, the banking system collapses, and it's because of the wars. Edward IV is borrowing is borrowing too much money, not before that. Is borrowing too much money, and he can't pay it back. And the Florentine and Sienese bankers who he's borrowing the money from, they'll say, okay, we'll take over your tax revenues to pay ourselves off. And the King of England says, no, not giving them to you, all the banks did. That means that there's a whole generation in Europe that cannot get financing for anything. It's a total disaster economically. But that's not the end of the story. In 1348, you start getting the Black Death. This is the Black Death is almost about the same as the Great Plague of the 6th century in Justinian's time. It's a huge, terrible plague, and it wipes out probably 40% of Europe, depending on what part of Europe you're talking about. And what's the result of that? Well, a lot of things are discredited, including doctors. Doctors can't do anything about the Black Death. They have no idea what's happening. And a lot of the religious ceremonies that Europeans used to fend off the plague didn't really work. There's an interiorization of religion that takes place as a result. And even in the case of the law, there's a lot of cynicism about the law in the 14th century that who is enforcing the law? Who are the lawyers? Who are the judges? Are they corrupt, or are they self-dealing? Are they corrupt, or are they in some way? Who is maintaining the justice system? There's this famous lines in Dante where he talks about how the law can possibly help Italy if there's no Justinian in the saddle. Italy, you slave, abode of mystery, pilotless ship in a great tempest tossed. If there is no one in your saddle, meaning Justinian, what good was it for Justinian to have repaired your harness? So, Justinianic code, which is the basis of European legal education, there's no one really to enforce the Justinianic code. We have this wonderful law code, but no one's applying it. So there's a huge amount of distress about the state of Christendom in the middle of the 14th century. What did the people of the time decide to do about it? The men of the time decided they needed a renaissance. They didn't put it that way. At first, anyway, later on you get this language of Renaissance. It's really 15th century language. But there were people at the time, and led most of all by the poet Petrarch, who thought that we have to start rebuilding. He doesn't reject the idea, by the way, that Europe is being punished for its sins. That's the standard interpretation on Christians for all these disasters. God is punishing us. And Petrarch agrees, that's probably what happens. But that's what's going on. God isn't mad at us for our sins. But that is not going to lead to some kind of fatalistic response for him. We have to rebuild Christian civilization. So Petrarch is a conservative reformer. He doesn't try to tear down institutions. His approach is to try to reform the quality of the human beings who inhabited them. So instead of having corrupt judges and corrupt legislators and corrupt police, we're going to have virtuous versions of all of those. I'll read you a passage where he's ruminating on the causes of the civilizational collapse of the 14th century. This is from his letters. Okay. So many explanations of this change lie in men themselves, and if anyone probes more deeply, perhaps all its causes lie in mankind, but some are manifest and others not. Certainly, since piety and truth and loyalty and peace are in exile, while impiety, falsehood, treachery, and discord and warfare are ruling and raging over the whole earth, And since impious bands of brigands wander as they choose, like proper armies, and lay waste and plunder whatever is in their path, and neither cities nor kings have the strength to resist them, or again, since morals are polluted, studies are perverted, and manners disfigured, it's obvious that the evil is completely and exclusively rooted in human beings. And this is Petrarch's view. It's our fault, and we can change that by changing human beings. By the way, as you can tell from that sentence, Petrarch never met a subordinate clause he didn't like. He goes on. It's so hard to find passages we could assign to students in Petrarch's speech. Students are not prepared for sentences that go on for 3 pages. So what was wrong with Europe, or Petrarch, what's wrong with Europe is losing contact with the paideia of antiquity, which he calls institutio, this is Latin equivalent to paideia. So what's happened is that Europe has lost the humanistic education in literature, eloquence, history, and moral philosophy that the ancients had enjoyed, and has been replaced by what goes on in universities, which he says is pre-professional training, it's vocational training, it's not training in character. In fact, it's spoiling the character of Europeans. Okay, I have to make a point because many people today think of scholasticism and think, Thomas Aquinas, a scholastic, great philosopher, but that's not what Petrarch said. In Italy, theology is mostly done in religious orders, and the universities do medicine and law. And both of these subjects, according to the humanists of the 14th, 15th century, are deeply corrupt. The humanists admire Roman law, but they think modern law is terribly corrupt. And they think it's terribly vocational, people care about is making money. So Petrarch thinks that there is a huge hole in the educational system of his time, one that couldn't be filled by pre-professional education or even religious education. Religious education was fine to prepare our souls for the next life, but European Christians needed a new, wise, moral leadership trained in the civil wisdom of the ancients. This is a part of human nature that was not being perfected. The ancient educational system had tried to bring out all of these moral qualities and the power of speech and the wisdom of history into the consciousness of students that are taught, but that sort of formation is now no longer available. So he's trying to reform that situation, bring back ancient education, bring back the civil wisdom of the Romans. So he calls this reformed education, he calls it the studi humanitatis, the study of humanity, the studies associated with humanity. In Oxford called the studia humaniores, right? The studies that make you more human. I like that. So, and what this is, it's different from the seven liberal arts. The seven liberal arts were founded basically in the early 5th century as a Christianized version of ancient studies. I think the source is really Varro, but the person who reinterprets this is Marcianus Capella, and other followers of Augustine. Cassiodorus is a Christian version of this. They tried to create a cycle of disciplines, the trivium and quadrivium, which are instruments for improving human intellect, but they're not transformative. They're not supposed to change your character. So grammar, logic, and rhetoric, the trivium, help you to speak correctly, to speak rationally, and to speak persuasively, so that these are skills. They're not transformative. They're not meant to be transformative, because Christianity is what's going to transform your soul. But Petrarch decides that Christian humanists, he's a Christian humanist, a very Christian, serious Christian man, that they have to be supplemented by the humanities, which, so in addition to grammar, and logic, and rhetoric, eloquence, as they would call it, humanists always call it eloquence, not rhetoric. You needed to have moral philosophy, you need to have history, you need to have poetry. Those are all very important. Poetry especially, because poetry is what ennobles the student, gives them models of great behavior. And biography, of course, too, as well. So this is an education that Petrarch believed was what was done in antiquity, the education of the social elite in ancient times, and that's what he wanted to rebuild. So if you wanted to rebuild constitutional education, you needed scholarship, you needed to reconstitute the ancient library. One of the things that Petrarch's followers did was to wander around Europe and try to find all the ancient books and to collect them again, to reconstitute the ancient library, which they ultimately did, first of all in Florence, in the Library San Marco, a monastic library that was stocked by a great Florentine merchant, husband of Medici, and then later on in the Vatican Library. The Vatican Library is one of the great centers of humanistic scholarship, which people tend to forget. So they had to reconstitute the library of ancients. And of course they were idealizing antiquity, right? Everyone knows today, in fact, our nose is constantly being rubbed in how wicked the Romans and the Greeks were. And of course Petrarch and the humanists are very well aware of things that had gone wrong in antiquity, but they also believed that the ancients had virtues that had been lost, that are no longer seen in the leadership class of Europe in the 14th century. And that's what he wants to rebuild. And he himself gave himself the role of being the educator of princes. That's what he does after the Black Death. After the Black Death, Petrarch was stunned. Half of his friends are dead. His patron is dead, and a lot of his lady love, Laura, is dead. And so his first reaction is to start copying manuscripts. We have to save something for the future. God is devastating us, and we're going to copy manuscripts so that the classical world will be preserved. But then he starts thinking, well, we can turn this around, this horrible situation, if we start with the princes. So he goes out and he spends 8 years in Milan with the Visconti princes, and then he spends more time in Parma with the condottiere named Giovanni Accareggio. Guido, I was getting mixed up with his brother. Guido Accareggio, who's the ruler of Parma. And then Francesco da Carrara in Padua, this is where he ends his life. He's the counselor of princes. He refuses to be in the court because he thinks that's corrupting. He always asks for a house on the edge of the town so he can wander out into the nature and commune with nature and restore his spirits. But he sees himself as a counselor of princes, and he creates some genres of literature which are designed to make classical antiquity available to men of action who don't have a lot of time. So one of his most famous Latin writing in the Renaissance is a book called On Remedies for Fortune, Fair and Foul. It's designed for men of action, leaders, military men, to read in short snippets about the moral models of antiquity. Okay, so after Petrarch's time, he has many, many followers. He has friends all over Europe, not just Italy. We have his correspondence, incredible correspondence. We have 18 books of his familiar letters, and another 12 books of his letters of old age. So he knew everybody. And he was, of course, immensely popular because he made his reputation because of his vernacular poetry. He was a writer of the Canzoniere, a collection of love poems, which is more than a collection of love poems. It's a collection of moral reflections as well. But everybody wanted Petrarch to come to their court and be their entertainer. So he had tremendous cultural prestige. But one thing that he was able to do, and his followers were able to do, which I think was terribly important, was he was able to get social elites to embrace the new type of education that he was promoting. Right? So, and this is something he did already with the princes that he himself was the teacher of. But the next generation did the same thing. So the early humanist schools, the schools that tried to spread the Studia Humanitatis, humanistic education, which is Christian humanism, mind you, they were all the most famous ones were in the courts of princes. So the Este in Ferrara, Gonzaga in Mantua, had famous courts, the Visconti in Milan, Pavia, and then in the Republic, to the Medici in Florence, supported the humanist education movement, and then eventually the papacy did as well. The papal court seized on the movement. The cardinals and the popes themselves, eventually Nicholas V and Pius II, who was one of the most famous humanists of Europe before he became pope, they embraced this humanist movement. So it's by no means a secular movement. It's constantly said in the modern literature, it's not true. But thanks to the prestige of Petrarch and the prestige of these great princes who embraced, and the Pope, and even the Holy Roman Emperor at one point embraces humanism. The movement takes over, and in the 15th century, by the end of the 15th century, everybody who's socially is studying humanities. And this includes women. Scholasticism is not welcome, universities do not welcome women. I don't know if there are any female scholastics at all. There are female abbesses and scholars in the Middle Ages, right to the end of the Middle Ages, but they're not allowed at university. But humanism is open to women. And everybody wants to have humanistic education as part of their personal prestige. And it also provides them legitimacy. So the Renaissance is a period when there is a great deal of, let's say, illegitimacy in political institutions. There are a lot of former generals who want to make themselves into dukes, like the Sforza, who started off as generals and became dukes, but they basically conquered a city and declared themselves as rulers. And the people like the Medici, who had no official role in the government of Florence, but they controlled everything with their wealth. So embracing humanities, embracing virtue, which is what they're talking about, embracing virtue, human excellence, human wisdom, that's a way of achieving legitimacy. Okay, so that's how the Renaissance of classical antiquity gets started. The good thing about a Renaissance is it doesn't aim just to restore the status quo, right? Things are falling apart. You can't just give power back to the people who messed up. So the Renaissance goes into the deep past for lost ideals. It wants to radically recenter the civilization and radically changes the moral polarity so that the people who in the previous generation embodied cultural authority were now lose their authority and their prestige. So I was thinking about this recently. I thought it's like being a Tesla owner, right? You thought you were signaling virtue and loving the environment, and suddenly in a few weeks you're on the side of an evil oligarchy. So it's sort of that way for the upholders of prestigious medieval institutions. A whole class of persons who thought they were the leaders of society wake up one morning and find out that they're medieval. So this is it's a kind of clean sweep of previous forms of cultural prestige. In its political aspect, the Renaissance movement, or humanist movement, is fundamentally meritocratic. It's a movement to create justified hierarchy, a leadership class that could be accepted by non-elites, because the leaders had justified claims to superior practical wisdom, virtue, and humanity. And humanity here includes care for non-elites. Okay? This is, humanities teaches us that leaders have to care for all of society. And it's a political meritocracy, right? It's not demoralized American-style meritocracy, which I think one president Harvard defined as intellect plus effort. This is moral elites who deserve to rule others. And others, of course, the non-elites, those who are ruled, prefer to be ruled by people who are virtuous and care for them and are competent and educated, all those things that the humanists want leaders to be. So the humanists were, in a sense, reviving the Western tradition of political meritocracy, which goes back to antiquity. Plato and Aristotle are both supporters of political meritocracy. Historically speaking, political meritocracy is a challenge to various desirable situations. Plato and Aristotle both thought of their form of government as a corrective of the excesses of democracy, an attempt to reintroduce an element of human excellence into leadership positions. That's what Aristotle's polity is trying to do. Someone mentioned polity the other day. Polity is translated into Latin as res publica. Okay? So democracy in Aristotle's version is a corruption of res publica, or a corruption of polity. Aristotle's polity is an attempt to bring in elements of aristocracy and mix them with democracy so that you get a optimal. He's not trying to abolish democracy, he's not trying to establish aristocratic rule, but he wants to have the best people rule in democracy. Okay, so Aristotle, that's one, as it were, target of meritocracy is corrupt democracy. Another is hereditary rule. A lot of humanists thought that the problem with Europe was that its rulers owed their position only to the fact that they had inherited from their parents, or their wealth was inherited from parents, and they hadn't really earned it. So they didn't like the situation. They thought that the people who ruled the world should not have merely hereditary right to rule. Political power should not be owned. Dominion, as it was believed to be by in feudal law. So you might say that humanism is an attack on feudal law, the idea that political power is a possession owned by some family and can be inherited by children. They don't go with that. They don't exclude it, but it's not enough. It's maybe a necessary but not sufficient condition for political rule. And the third big target of meritocracy is oligarchy, ruled by the wealthy. As you know, the ancients explored the idea of rule by the wealthy. They thought that political systems, ancient philosophers anyway, thought political systems should be ruled by political leaders who are not involved in commerce. But the Renaissance is different. The Renaissance has commercial republics. The Renaissance, many of the republics are run by merchants. Venice, Florence, Lucca, Siena, they're all run by merchants. So what the humanists were trying to do was to make these people who are running their society worthy of rule. Okay? And so it's a conservative form of reform. It's not trying to tear down systems and create new systems. It's trying to make systems that already are in place function better through the adoption, through an educational experience that brings virtue to the leaders of society. So it's a message I think we could use today. I'm winding up now. It's a message to non-elites. You have to make yourself worthy of political leadership. You don't have an entitlement to rule, right? It's not, the proper attitude is not, I'm as good as you are. The proper attitude is, let me prove myself worthy of rule by virtue, merit, and care for others. So the free modern understanding of equality is that equality is merited. I deserve to be a citizen because I pay my taxes, but also I fight in the army, I serve the state. It's not a prescriptive equality. It's not a equality-based but a utilitarian. And to the hereditary elite, the humanists say, well, you may have inherited your power from your father. Your father was Duke, and now you're the Duke. But you're not really legitimate unless you have acquired virtue and wisdom and had a good education and know how to run the state. And even have practical skills like finance and eloquence. Eloquence is particularly important, the ability to persuade others. Because the alternative to persuasion is violence. If you can't persuade anyone else to do what is right, you have to force them to do. You have to get out the police force. You have to get out surveillance. You have to have extreme punishments. But a society that's well-run does not have these things. When a society that's well-run, people want to obey the ruler because the ruler has a moral charisma that comes from virtue. So that's the ideal for humanists. And then to the men of wealth, the humanists also want to reform the men of wealth. There is, of course, a Christian message already to the men of wealth about reforming themselves, which comes out of Gregory of Nyssa. And Ambrose also talks about this. And this, of course, it's based on the Old Testament idea, which you find already in Deuteronomy, that your wealth belongs to God, it doesn't belong to you. You are and should be God's faithful steward. So the Christian message runs parallel to this Christian message, that the wealthy man should regard his wealth as something that he has in stewardship for God. The Christian humanist message is that a life spent doing nothing but seeking wealth is unworthy of the human being. Aristotle would say that, right? That human beings are meant for more than that. You have to seek wealth in the right way, with the right goals, benefit the community, benefit your family, to make your city more beautiful, its population more good and more wise. The elites and would-be elites of today, I submit, would be better if they heeded both the Christian and the classical teachings about wealth and power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I was wondering, I was thinking about this yesterday when we talked about a little bit about the digital revolution, that there are a lot of overlaps with the printing revolution, because you have, with the printing press, you have an explosion of words and images. You don't really have gatekeepers because you could buy your own press and print your own books. And so in a lot of ways, we're dealing with things that have been addressed back in the 15th century.
Yes. The printing press is, of course, the solvent of educational routines in particular. And it's an early form of globalization of authority, you might say. A classic example would be you have a teacher in your hometown who's going to teach you Cicero, but why should you listen to your local teacher on Cicero, who's a nobody? Why don't you go down to the bookstore and buy Angelo Poliziano's commentary on Cicero, the greatest scholar in Christendom? So you have, one of the things that happens is a change in the form of lectures. Instead of lectures line by line through text, which is the scholastic way, the ordinary lecture in the morning goes line by line through some text, you have professors, teachers, masters talking more topically because they can master some subject. So specialization is partly a result of the printing press. But I think that the larger point you're trying to make is that technology is always disruptive, and certainly disruptive in the Renaissance. There's an old thesis of Elizabeth Eisenstein that you would not have, the Renaissance, the Reformation, or the scientific revolution without printing press. I think most people think that's overstated, but there's a great truth in that. Certainly that the printing press does create and the other thing about the difference from today, I think, is that the modern digital revolution is more of a challenge to Christian and the religions of the book. Because the religions of the book were built on the technology of books. Judaism, Christianity, Islam are all built on books and the interpretation of books. And the books are become fragmented means, whatever. It's harder, I think, for people to understand their integrity, understand their religion in its integrity. I think that is a challenge that's not impossible to overcome, but I think it is a challenge.
Thanks, Jim. So someone like John Henry Newman will say education in the humanities can maybe make someone into a gentleman, can make someone refined, polished, thoughtful, but not necessarily reform their character, not necessarily make them a good person. how do the Renaissance humanists think that studying classical literature, studying rhetoric, won't just make you, an effective leader or something, or give you tools, but will actually somehow shape your character? Do they see a bridge between literature and these other arts and the actual moral formation of a person in a way that sort of subsequent thinkers on this don't?
It's a great question. They're great believers in the power of reading. They really, of course, they're not reading extensively the way we do today, hundreds and hundreds of books. I've got, I think, 12,000 books in my personal library now, to the distress of my wife. And this year they read 20 books, and that was education, and sometimes not even that. And they memorize, and they imbibe these books in ways that we don't anymore. They believe that you could kind of also, if you read great poetry, and I think this is actually true, if you read Homer and Virgil, that you would be presented with images of noble conduct, celebrated in beautiful and memorable language. And if you memorize that stuff, I should call it stuff, you memorize great poetry, that would become part of you. I think there's truth to that. I've been working the last few years with Dujing academies in China that memorize the works of Confucius, and they deeply believe this, that you memorize the works of the great writers of Chinese antiquity, that somehow gets into your character almost by osmosis. It doesn't seem very plausible to us. But if you think about, sometimes you go to see an inspiring movie in the movie theater, right? Or somebody doing really admirable behavior. I always think of Chariots of Fire as a movie like this, right? And you walk out you're feeling that you've seen something new, right? And it makes you want to imitate that. It may not last very long, but you have that sense. But if you're really soaked in the classics, they really believe that I believe this about Virgil, actually. I think people should be reading more Virgil. Because he really does have wonderful examples of noble human behavior in him. And Horace also. But they also believe in eloquence. Eloquence is tremendously important. What you get from these books is the power of speech. This is one of the big criticisms of medieval education, is it didn't teach people how to speak well, how to write well. They constantly mocked the gabble of the barbarians, which is what the speech of the scholastics are like. In a university in the spirit, you have to speak Latin, right? And so these people come in from Belgium or from Poland, and attending the University of Bologna, and the way they're communicating with others is through Latin. It's like when foreigners are talking English together, you sometimes wonder what language they're talking. And this is, I don't mean to be I'm happy that English is such a universal language, but the humanists were distressed by the fact that the power of the Latin language was lost. And when Petrarch and all these other humanists had read Cicero, they're transported back into a world where there's the subjunctive. And there are very subtle and idiomatic ways of saying things and expressing the inner person and expressing high ideals and wit and charm and all sorts of things. And that's just not found in scholastic Latin. So the idea is that humanity can be restored by the refined use of language. And there are human capacities that aren't actualized unless we have the language in which to do it.
Thank you so much for your talk, Professor Hankins. I wonder if I could put your remarks in conversation with Bishop Barton's remarks from earlier. And it seems that one of the delightful ironies of the Renaissance, if I understand it correctly, is that you're looking at the revival of a fundamentally Christian society still.
Yes.
By going back and retrieving a tradition that is not Christian. Right? This is the tradition of antiquity. You may dispute that, in which case go ahead and dispute it. But I wonder if there are lessons for the present moment in terms of, we've heard about how you can, how we can think about religious revival by going back to our own religious tradition if you're a Christian. Are there non-Christian traditions, or it's just secular traditions, ways of thinking in the present moment that might actually help the process of a religious revival?
Well, I want to contest slightly the idea that what the humanists are reviving is just classical antiquity, pagan antiquity, because 2 points. First of all, they wanted to revive church fathers as a big part of the humanist movement, especially in papacy. Papacy embraces, as I said, the humanist movement, but one of the first things they do is they want to revive the teaching of the church fathers, the preaching of the church fathers, biblical scholarship, and the translation of the Greek fathers into Latin, which is a secular project, centuries-long project in the 15th and 16th century. So Christian antiquity is part of classical antiquity for these people. The other thing is that if you go back to the Roman Empire and study the Christian Roman Empire from the 4th century to, let's say, and the Carolingians as well in the West, the medieval empire, starting with the Ottonians down to the Holy Roman Empire, they had humanist education. Humanists always presented in the Middle Ages as the new humane instinct. That's not the case. These early Christian members of the Christian Empire, they were all trained in the classics as well. They were Christians who were trained in the classics. So there is that tradition. Now, I'm not sure I understood the end of your question. You say there are other traditions that might be...
Well, in the sense of, if we're talking about
a religious revival within a particular religious tradition, are there ways in which that religious tradition can reach out beyond its own? Are there sources in the secular world that can actually aid a religious revival within a particular religious tradition?
Oh yes, I think that's quite the case. I mean, modern classical education, which is being revived in what's called classical education in modern America, which is not necessarily knowledge of Greek and Latin, although there is that. But what classical education really is in the modern world is the revival of the kind of education I had in 1960, where we studied great authors. And if you look at the classical learning test, for example, I'm on board of that, they have a data, I don't want to call it database, they have a library of authors that they test, and there are hundreds of them, not just Western authors, but some Asian authors as well now. So I think the standard for a classical author is distinction of thought and language. What author said Nerzel expressed, but really serious thought and deep humanity, but also expressed in great language. And I think that doesn't have to come from Greco-Roman classics. In fact, the Renaissance also wanted to learn about the non-Greco-Roman world. They're very interested in Egypt and Persia and the Hindu world. Even there's some, they knew a little bit about the Sedras, the Silk people, and the Chinese. And they wanted to know about their institutions and so forth. So the curiosity was not confined to the Greco-Roman world.
Thank you very much for your talk. I work in a library, so I'm very guilty of kind of getting like smaller books and just getting a pile of them and not reading deeply. So I was wondering if you could help me with the virtue of trying to be a Renaissance reader, of discerning 20 books that will shape my life and really meditating on them while balancing, and this is the NYPL side of me, I think our collection is really influenced by Virginia Woolf of A Room of One's Own, where there's the tragedy of squandering genius and forgetting genius because we're focused on the canon or the elite academics. Or even you go to the Schomburg Center in Harlem, which the great joy of that collection is recognizing the talent and the beauty that for so long has been forsaken. When Schomburg founded that collection, he was told that as a man of color, he had no history, and they're going to prove you wrong. So balancing the virtue of seeking the great, the good, and beautiful in that canon, while also being open to wisdom outside of the canon, like we did say.
Well, I'm afraid you're talking to the wrong person. I have around my reading chair what my wife calls the book mountain. The books that I seize upon, I want to learn from them. And but what I think is that you can combine these two by studying a few books in school. School books should be few and good. And they should be, that way you create a common culture too. But you should also stimulate interest and wonder in other things, and you should be open to other traditions and be able to find this in other traditions. And I think if you've had a good education, you will be thirsty for to learn more, and that's a good thing. I have to say, when I was writing this book on the Western tradition, and what I found over and over again, which is so much more fun to read sources than to read modern people talking about these sources. And I discovered all sorts of historians I'd never read before. I decided to try to really make it based on the narrative sources that survived from antiquity and Middle Ages. Once you get to the 12th century, that's impossible, but you can read pretty much everything before the 12th century. I discovered really wonderful authors. Michael Absolve is my new favorite, who has written the Choreographia. It's an ultimate insider's history of late Byzantium, which shows you exactly why it collapsed. Not that Michael Absolve knew that, but you just read him and understand what civilizational collapse looks like. But that's what I would say. In trying to square that particular circle, I would say we need a canon, a restricted canon, not necessarily 8 books like they did in the 15th century, but a restricted canon for school children, K through 12, and then in college we start to open that up to all sorts of other subjects.
Thank you, Professor. We are right next to Columbia University, where, yes, your alma mater, my hopefully soon to be, which has recently gone through a number of different events, and particularly touching, I'm sorry to bring it up. I am perhaps more tired of hearing about it than most of the people in this room, but I mean, take the history department, my department, for example. Admissions were tough and getting tougher since the years getting into COVID, and then this past year, the intern cohort was slashed in half.
Well, sorry, it was what?
Was slashed in half.
Oh,
the number of the intern cohort was slashed in half. Of the 16 who were admitted, there were 8 Americanists. And only 3 Europeanists, 1 medievalist, 1 early modernist, one modernist.
You're talking about the graduate school.
Oh yes, the PhD.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's one that we had at Harvard, by the way.
It's more.
That's one that we had at Harvard.
Ah, gotcha.
We had no Europeans in there.
And so I guess my question is a very open-ended one. Whether the humanities in academia, the humanities in the normative way that you expressed so well.
Well, this is a big question of our time, right? It's the babies in the bathwater question, whether you try to save the institutions that are savable, or you build new institutions. I was at a conference a couple of days ago in Catholic University where people were saying humanities should be outside the universities now. They should go back to the state they were before the 15th century and be taught outside the universities. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I'm a conservative, so I think that anything that's working well should be preserved. And anything that's working pretty well should be made better, but something that's completely broken should be abandoned. And so, it has to be really, really bad before you abandon it. And a place like Columbia has great traditions, and so does Harvard. And I don't want the behavior of one generation abolish the behavior of the previous 20. And I think that's something, they were building something. They were trying to build something very good. Excuse me. So when I first got to Columbia, when I first got to Harvard in 1985, right, I was so happy. First of all, I've been turned down by 20 other schools before I got to Harvard. I was very happy, but to be in an institution with fantastic library, great, world's greatest library for scholastic, and I was told that Harvard was teaching 150 languages. Now we teach about 35. And I had colleagues who were famous, brilliant people who were writing great books. And I was so fortunate and thankful to be in this community. And I loved it. And I think this is what has to happen with this institution. We don't use this word in academia very much, we're embarrassed by it. But people have to love their schools and love their traditions and foster them. And instead of having this culture of infinite innovation where anything that exists must be immediately overcome. And that's going to be hard to do because technology fosters that. And also the economy also fosters that. The idea that innovation is always good and tradition is always bad. But we have to push back against that. I think it's possible to say, I think we should be very reluctant I think we should be very reluctant to abandon the traditions that have worked in the past just because of what one generation has done to them. That's all I'm going to say.
Hi, thank you, Professor. Something I was interested in was Petrarch being this sort of central figure who affected change, as you mentioned, in developing how people return back to classical education. I guess my question is twofold in terms of one, like how he gained access to these relationships with nobility in order to convince them that this was something important.
Yeah.
And then second, I guess in modernity, whether, like, I guess what the value of art is in relation to politics and the ability to affect change, and whether you see the ability for artists like Petrarch, for example, to be able to influence important political figures to make these changes.
Yes, well, as I mentioned before, Petrarch is a very charismatic figure. He's tall, he's handsome, he writes beautiful love poetry, and everybody wants him in their court. But what Petrarch has in abundance is the ability to inspire the imagination. Right? Augustine says that reason is the organ of truth, and the imagination is the organ of meaning. Right? So what Petrarch would do was show people what the ancient world was like and hold up this literary image of a classical past when Rome was great. Remember, Italy is full of ruins, right? So people walking around Italy, they see, these gigantic aqueducts overhead, all broken down, and amphitheaters and public buildings, and they're all in ruins. They understand there was once a great empire here. So Petrarch was rebuilding those images in the imagination, showing people what the Romans were like. And of course he idealized. But one of the texts they loved to read, and this is too late for Petrarch, unfortunately, was Plutarch. Right? Plutarch's lives of the great Greeks and Romans. And if you read these texts, you become inspired by the examples of virtue in them. The most popular text in the early mind, humanism, curriculum. Petrarch would read other texts. He would read Livy and Sallust and authors like that. Especially Livy was important for him. He was one of the first editors of Livy. He's probably saved 30 or 35 books that survived Livy. Yeah. So that's what he had. He had the ability to show people another world, another possibility. And I think that's. And he had a long followers. He gave people hope. And he said, there's something here we can love about Italy. Our modern Italy is broken. It's completely divided into hundreds of small city-states and entities. and it's not working, and we have horrible rulers. But there was a time when we ran things, we did things correctly, and we had a great empire, when we had a great literature, when we had great art and music. And that was an inspiration for the entire Renaissance. You know, the humanist movement inspired the art of the Renaissance as well. And a lot of what most Renaissance art is religious art. I think that Ludwig von Hassler said that, did a calculation of Renaissance art and said it was 90% religious art. I have a feeling he went into the Vatican Museum to establish that figure. But nevertheless, there is classical, the classical imagination operates, and they write novels about the classical past. That starts in the 15th century. So people use antiquity to project their ideals onto the way that Thomas More in Utopia uses the utopians to project his own ideals onto. So I think that's the act of imagination that Petrarch did. You need artists for that.
All right, so there seems to be a deep assumption running through American political thought that our systems are maintained by mechanical systems of checks and balances, and that virtue can't be relied on, so we need those mechanical systems to do that for us. Would you say that the lesson of the Renaissance is that virtue matters and that it can be ingrained in the leadership? Did it succeed in making leaders more virtuous? Is that a thing that can be done, that could be done again?
Yes, I think you need both. I mean, you need to have institutions, you need to have education and virtue. This book I wrote about the Justice Patrizzi of Siena tries to do just that. He has the institutions which will produce merit. He tries to create a political system that will promote, elevate the worthy, as the Confucians say, and keep the influence of wealth and lineage out of government. But you also need the education book, too, of his great treatise of the Republic, is how to reorder the educational system of the city-state of the Republic, so that virtue is encouraged and modeled. And has to be modeled both by precept and example. Example is more important. You have precept and example. Example, if you have a virtuous person living in the world, a teacher, or a general, or a prince, that person should be celebrated. And sometimes if he's not that virtue, you should celebrate him anyway, because it will encourage him to be better. Right? If you will fall in love, this is something we were talking about in the early 15th century. If you have a prince who's pretty good, he's mediocre, but he has some good impulses, you should praise him to the skies so that he falls in love with the image of himself that you have projected in your panegyric. And that actually works quite well. I occasionally use that approach. But your point, I think that America has always been ruled by lawyers. The founding fathers were lousy with lawyers, and they think in lawyerly terms about how to stop people from getting out of hand. But you need both. And lawyers, bless them. They do valuable work in helping us to control the evils in our society, but they also need to be combined with other sorts of educators and legislators.
Do you have any questions? I heard you show your great desire and with purposefulness, that's Bishop Aaron part of the night. Nice. We have a few more minutes.
Thank you, Professor. For those of us who want to be part of cultivating renewal, how do you think about reforming existing institutions, like some of our great universities, versus creating new, smaller institutions as a model any signs of hope among people writing you for inspiration? Are there models that you think are in the right direction?
Yeah, I think all of the above, of course, is what you need. I was down in Boston College in January, and this particular institution that tries to recreate knowledge for its own sake and cultivate a love of humanities. And it's a marvelous place, right? And it's going to have an important place in the renewal of education. But it's you know, we have 15 students a year, and that's not going to do very much. I think it's going to do, it'll have a leveling effect, I hope. And there are other new institutions in Texas, as you know. We've started at the University of Florida, we started the Hamilton School for Civic and Classical Education, Classical and Civic Education, which was founded within the University of Florida to provide well, I call it, we're putting our fingers in the dike, keeping the Western tradition from leaking out. So all the stuff that is not being done by universities that no longer want to teach certain things, we're doing. So there is a Department of Religion at the University of Florida, but they don't teach Christianity. And it's funny, but it's also tragic. So in the school, we're going to offer a minor in Christian studies at the Hamilton School. And the history department doesn't want to teach military history. Now, if you go back to the older historical tradition, they teach military history and diplomatic history. Modern history departments don't teach that. And when I tried to get my department to teach it many years ago, my colleagues said, well, we don't want to make our students militaristic by teaching them military history, which is not really the point. So we're plugging all the holes. We're teaching something called Model Oxford PPE. But some of these institutions, I think, will help to stabilize the ship, or at least I hope. There's a lot of them being founded right now. I think there are several in Ohio, there's one in North Carolina, there's one in Arizona and Texas. So I hope that these will provide a leveling influence, especially if they start getting huge enrollments. And we're getting. I think within universities, elite universities, you have to go department by department. And some of them will be, you can operate on them, and some of them you can't. I don't like the blunderbuss approach of our current administration, but I think within the university you can reward people. If you have a proper leadership, you can reward the departments that are doing things that promote the good of society and not reward the other ones. Make it known what your criteria are. I think at Harvard, for example, I think the government department has a good chance of reforming itself and doing things that are positive for the university, for the society. I'm not so sure about the history department, but maybe I'm a little too close to that. I think you just have to, I don't think I would have any rule about we all have to leave universities now and go found a new institution. I don't think that's either wise or possible. But that's my understanding. If there are new institutions, the new institutions, like the University of Texas at Austin, or is it University of Austin at Texas? UATX, University of Austin, Texas. It's not the University of Texas at Austin. That is going to have the effect of being a kind of Socratic gadfly. It's going to force other institutions to reform themselves. And if you start having students coming out of these institutions who are measurably better than the old institutions, I think there will be some, it's going to be a long-term thing. You're not going to do this in 2 years. But maybe in 10, 20 years, you could right the ship of that. You just have to know when you're going to do that. Sorry, I had something else I thought which was possibly helpful. I think that it is possible to reform existing institutions, but it will take a long time. It will take alumni, it will take leadership that knows what it wants and can set a clear direction. I thought recently that we might have a kind of reverse DEI policy and insist that students and faculty sign up to a mission statement. It's a mission statement that is based on the telos of the university. This is probably a really big mistake. It's just an idea that drifted into my head. But I think that one of the problems with universities today is they have expanded their mission too much. And they're allowing themselves to be instrumentalized by all sorts of political groups. And the university would say very clearly, we are here to do science. We are here to do scholarship. We're not here to promote political agendas. But that would be very beneficial. We have an administrative class that are downstream from the 1960s. Maybe they're passing from the sea now, but they love it. They love it when students cause trouble. They see themselves as their students. They like the students who demonstrate and get out and shout. Our previous two presidents have basically patted on the back and said, it's a great thing you're doing, just make sure that you clean up after yourself. That was their attitude. I don't think that's the attitude that universities should take. I think universities should say, we are a contemplative institution. We foster the contemplative life. You are here for 4 years. You have a chance to learn from some people who are really great. Right? It's always noisy about Harvard. They constantly boast about all the great professors they've got. But no one is ever required to go to a class. So you have people who attend 3 classes with some of the great professors in the field, and no one says anything to them. And at the end, they get an A-. So they don't get that in my class, just be wrong. But any case, this idea that it's not important what we do in the classroom, but everything we do outside the classroom is important. That's the wrong attitude. The university has to stand up for education. It sounds stupid to say that. It has to stand up for what goes on in the classroom and to say, this is an institution where you have a chance to withdraw from the world around you and to think on a deeper level about the meaning of the discipline you're following, where it fits in the universe of studies, where you can acquire some practical wisdom from the study of history or study of literature, and you should take advantage of it. And if you start to demonstrate your entire life revolves around political causes, maybe you should think of leaving the university, or maybe we should just kick you out. That's my view. This is the view of the 7-year-old man.
Thank you very much, Jim, for your We have lunch. You have tables. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. And in the meantime, please enjoy yourselves. If those of you who are not from the neighborhood, if you're looking for an espresso or a coffee that does not come out of an urn, if you walk a few blocks north and make a right on LaSalle, you'll find what you're looking for. Otherwise, please enjoy yourselves here. Thank you. be a final roundtable with our 3 panelists for the day. So if you want to hear more conversations, or if you have a question that you're burning to ask that you weren't able to ask earlier, you'll have another shot. Our final speaker today is Sarah Shortall. Sarah is Associate Professor of History at the University of Notre Dame. She is the author of Soldiers of God in a Secular World, Catholic Theology and 20th Century French Politics and the editor of Christianity and Human Rights Reconsidered. And she's currently working on a book entitled Planetary Catholicism, which explores how Catholics have imagined the global as a theological, ecological, and political problem since the Second World War, and then asks how these religious visions have in turn interacted with other forms of global consciousness rooted in international law, science, politics, and the economy. And her talk for us today is entitled Soldiers of God in a Secular World, the French Jesuits Between the Anti-Clerical Campaign and the Rise of Fascism. Please welcome Sarah Shortall. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nathaniel, for that introduction and for inviting me to come speak to you all. And so what I'm going to talk to you about today is based, as you heard, on my first book, Soldiers of God in a Secular World. So if you're interested in learning more about it, then I encourage you to pick up a copy. Shameless plug for my book. So as we've been discussing today, I think many of us have a sense that we're living through a major moment of transition when the ground seems to be shifting beneath our feet, that something is passing away and something new is coming to take its place, whose features are still somewhat obscure. In these times of transition, it can be helpful to look to examples from the past for guidance, as we have been doing throughout the day. The example that I want to share with you comes from a more recent historical moment than the other cases we've discussed so far. It involves a group of French Jesuit priests who lived through the most tumultuous decades of the 20th century, including both world wars, and who helped the Catholic Church to navigate the challenge of modernity writ large. So my story begins on the morning of June 30th, 1880. At 6 a.m. that morning, local gendarmes arrived at a Jesuit house of formation in Laval, which is in northwest France, to dissolve the institution and evict its 155 inhabitants. Splintering into small groups, they took shelter for a few months in the homes of local laypeople before making their way in groups of 10 or 15 to Saint-Malo, where they set sail for the island of Jersey in the English Channel. And for those who are not familiar, Jersey is a crown dependency of the British Crown. For the next 60 years, this small island, located just 14 miles off the coast of Normandy, would host Jesuits from France while they completed part of their formation to become priests. And this is a picture of the institution. Now, the reason for this abrupt relocation was the proclamation of the Ferry Decrees, which unilaterally dissolved the Jesuit order in France. The decrees were the opening salvo of a 25-year anti-clerical campaign launched by the French government to dismantle the legal privileges of the Catholic Church. It would drive tens of thousands of religious into exile and culminate in the separation of church and state in 1905. But there was an irony to the anti-clerical campaign in France at the turn of the 20th century, because the institutions in exile that it helped to create would become the cradles of a revolution in Catholic theology. And two of these stand out in particular, the Jesuit Scholasticate on Jersey and a Dominican house called Le Sauchois, something you've heard of, which was established in Belgium where the Dominicans were kicked out of France in 1903. And here's a map from my book of where these are located so you can see how very close to France they are without being physically in it. And the French Jesuits and Dominicans who studied at these two schools would go on to develop what became known as the Nouvelle Théologie, New Theology, in the 1930s and 1940s. Born from the ashes of the anti-clerical campaign, the Nouvelle Théologie would transform the church and inspire many of the changes made at the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s. In this way, what I argue in the book is that the separation of church and state in France inadvertently paved the way for the revitalization of Catholic theology. So today I'll focus just on the Jesuit branch of this movement, and I'll explore how the Jesuits responded to two key crises in the life of the church and the French Republic more broadly: the anti-clerical campaign that I've just mentioned, and the German occupation of France during the Second World War. And as I'll try to show, these crises were in many ways destructive of church institutions, property, and even of lives, but they were also productive because they presented Catholics with an opportunity to rethink the church's role in public life for a modern secular context. So I'll conclude by suggesting what lessons we might learn for how to navigate our own moment of crisis from the way the French Jesuits responded to the crises confronting their church and their country in the first half of the 20th century. So to understand how we got to the expulsion of the Jesuits on June 30th, 1880, we first have to go all the way back to the French Revolution. Because it was the Revolution that first established the long-standing conflict between the Catholic Church and republicanism, and I think between the church and modern democratic institutions more broadly. I like to give you all the dates as a historian here so you know where you're at. Of course, the church had been closely associated with the monarchy and had benefited from substantial land holdings and tax privileges under the old regime. So one of the first acts of the newly established National Assembly in 1789 was to nationalize church property. This was followed in short order by the abolition of monastic vows and the passage of the civil constitution of the clergy in 1790. Which redrew French dioceses and mandated that French priests and bishops be elected by local assemblies. The civil constitution precipitated a major crisis in the French church by demanding that all clergy take an oath of loyalty to the constitution. So when the Pope condemned the constitution, the French clergy was essentially forced to choose between Rome and the Revolution, and the oath crisis split the French church basically down the middle. Those who refused the oath were driven into exile or imprisoned, and the situation rapidly deteriorated as the revolution became more radical after 1792. The de-Christianization campaign unleashed over the next 2 years led most French churches to be closed and effectively brought a stop to all forms of public religious worship. Meanwhile, the conflict fueled an uprising in the Vendée region dedicated to restoring the church and the monarchy. From this moment on, the Catholic Church became closely associated with the forces of counter-revolution, while republicanism and anti-clericalism became ever more closely intertwined. And I like to include some of these cartoons from the period, and here you can see, this just illustrates some of the critiques that the revolutionaries had of the church. You see this very large, well-fed cleric going into this vice called the patriotic fat trimmer, the dégraisseur patriote, and you can see money is spilling out of his pockets there, and then the priests are going off much, much thinner. So you can intuit the critique there. Okay. Of course, the Republic inaugurated by the French Revolution did not last, and Napoleon normalized relationships between the Church and the French state in 1801 by signing a concordat with the Holy See. Apart from a very brief interlude following the 1848 revolution, it wasn't until the 1870s that the Republic was reestablished for good in France, or almost for good. Given the history I've just laid out, it's not surprising that one of the priorities of the new Republican regime was to control the power of the church. This brings us to this anti-clerical campaign. So the Ferry decrees, which forced the Jesuits to flee on June 30th, were the tip of the spear. The decrees were part of a broader campaign to limit the role of the church in the French education system, which included an extensive network of schools run by religious orders. And I should note, in particular, the role of the Jesuit colleges, which were very, very prestigious and tended to educate the elites of the country. So that is one of the reasons why the Jesuits were particularly singled out. Republican lawmakers worried that these schools served to inculcate the counter-revolutionary ideology of the church instead of producing Republican citizens. So in 1882, the government passed educational reforms that made primary schooling free, mandatory, and secular. So So there was a brief moment of détente between the Church and the Republic in the 1890s, but then relations worsened considerably in the wake of the Dreyfus Affair, which pit the Church and the army against Dreyfus's Republican defenders. In 1901, the French government passed a law requiring all religious orders to seek authorization from the state within 3 months or face dissolution and the liquidation of their assets. When an even more anti-clerical government came to power the following year, it refused all but 5 requests for authorization. In 1903, the government began the process of systematically dismantling the religious orders, sometimes having to evict them by force from barricaded residences. Here you can see this image is from the eviction of the Chartreuse monastery, very famous monastery where they make the Chartreuse liqueur, and they had to be removed by force. As a result, roughly 30,000 members of French religious orders were driven into exile. Many of them joined the ranks of missionaries in the French Empire, where the anti-clerical legislation did not apply. It was not in the interest of the Republic to apply it there, where they relied a great deal on the free labor of missionaries to do the quote-unquote civilizing work of the empire. Others moved just outside of France's borders, establishing new schools and religious houses in Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, and England. And I'll bring you back to this first slide to show how they attempted to get just outside the borders of France, but still remain as close as possible. By 1904, diplomatic relations between the French Republic and the Holy See had completely broken down. And in 1905, church and state were officially separated in France. And so this set of laws still governs the role of religion in public life in France today. So when there are debates about, for example, the role of Islam in the public sphere, it all goes back to the 1905 law. So the French case is an extreme example of the tensions between church and state, but it was not the only place where church institutions and prerogatives were under threat in this period. Across Europe and Latin America, nationalists were trying to consolidate their jurisdiction over newly established states like Germany and Italy, while liberals and socialists saw Catholicism as an obstacle to economic, political, and intellectual progress. And here, once again, we get a few nice anti-clerical cartoons that illustrate some of these things. The one on the bottom here is Bismarck and the Pope playing a game of chess in reference to the Kulturkampf in Germany. So these conflicts translated into a series of laws that turned areas of public life traditionally under the purview of the church, like marriage, education, healthcare, church property, and ecclesiastical appointments, over to the state, and either restricted or evicted Catholic religious orders, beginning usually with the Jesuits. Meanwhile, the unification of Italy in 1870 left the Holy See without a territorial homeland and the Pope a prisoner of the Vatican. So how did the church respond to these attacks? Well, the initial response was basically one of resistance, conveyed most famously in documents like Pope Pius IX's Syllabus of Errors, which is basically a blanket denunciation of the intellectual and political features of modern life. While there had been a vibrant strand of liberal Catholicism that flourished especially in France, but also in the United States in the 1830s, this position had become increasingly untenable by the late 19th century because of the climate I've just described. By the time of the anti-clerical campaign in France, the church was fighting a pitched battle against what it called modernism, the perceived influence of modern philosophy in Catholic thought, which basically boiled down to the tendencies towards historicism and subjectivism, I would say, in modern thought. So things like historical criticism, development of doctrine, and emphasis on lived religious experience were sort of taboo. The modernist crisis led to a major crackdown on Catholic intellectuals as leading modernists had their books placed on the index or were excommunicated. Oops. And a ruthless campaign of denunciations and purges targeted anyone suspected of professing these ideas. And in 1910, Pius X required all clergy and seminary professors to take an anti-modernist oath. Meanwhile, the Pope reaffirmed the primacy of neo-scholastic philosophy based on the revival of the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, but a very particular form of that, of Aquinas' philosophy, as the governing framework for all Catholic thought. So while the French religious orders were sent into physical exile, Catholic thought more broadly was also in a kind of intellectual exile from modern culture in this period, to borrow the phrase that Joseph Kamanchak uses. But in the slightly longer term, I want to suggest that the exile of the French religious orders actually had some unintended consequences. By an unexpected twist of historical fate, the very measures designed by anti-clerical Republicans to weaken the French church actually served as a catalyst for renewal that would earn enormous prestige for French Catholic thought in the lead up to Vatican II. And this becomes apparent when we focus on the Jesuit seminary on the island of Jersey that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk. And along with Le Sauchois, which I also mentioned, it's sort of striking the number of hugely influential theologians at Vatican II, from Chenu, Congal, Skilobex, Danielou, de Lubac. All of these people went to one of those two institutions. Among the key figures in this reorientation were Henri de Lubac, Gaston Fessard, Robert Hamel, and Yves de Monchet. So Monchet is not pictured here, but I will show you a picture of him later. Who arrived in Jersey to begin their philosophical training as Jesuits in 1920. So one of the effects of the French Republic's anti-clerical laws was to suspend the clerical exemption from military service. As a result, de Lubac and his friends were among the first generation of French clergy and seminarians to see active military service when war broke out in 1914, and they were recalled from exile to serve in French regiments. And in total, about 10,000 members of French orders were mobilized and about 800 Jesuits. The leveling effect of the trenches had a major impact on this group of young Jesuits because it exposed them to a whole class of Frenchmen from whom their own socioeconomic background and vocation had previously segregated them, because the Jesuits tended to recruit from the very, very top echelons of French society, very aristocratic backgrounds, hence all the deux in their name. They were astonished by the level of unbelief that they observed among the men in their units. As Gaston Fessard later recalled, quote, "That experience opened our eyes, and when the war ended, there were among us Jesuits those who resolved that we would never again be cut off from the real world in which we lived. How could we be witnesses to the gospel to the men of our times if we did not know those times and those men?" End quote. The experience of the trenches opened the eyes of these young men to the enormous gulf that had opened up between the church and the masses, and the need for new theological and evangelical tools to bridge it. But they found few resources to meet this need in their formation at Jersey, where they arrived a couple of years after the armistice. The philosophy that prevailed among the teachers at the institution was the neo-scholasticism that had won out as a result of the modernist crisis. Yves de Monchet complained that students at Jersey were, quote, "carefully locked away in a padded box so as not to be contaminated by the spirit of the times, infused with the philosophy of another age, and invited to thank God for possessing the absolute and definitive truth while their contemporaries lose themselves in chimeras," end quote. And so here are a few cartoons that I found in the archives for this project that were drawn by Jesuit students at Jersey at the time that these figures were there. And yes, that is the Michelin Man on your left. I think what they indicate is the kind of irreverent attitude that they had to their teachers, and the sense of kind of alienation and of a generation gap that existed between them. De Lubac, Fessard, Monchet, and their friends found this neo-scholastic philosophy that they were taught there totally inadequate to meet the challenges of the modern world. Instead, they banded together to read works that were not included in the official curriculum, including works of modern philosophy, and later on, works by the Church Fathers. And here it's important to point out that clerical formation in this period was based on these neo-scholastic manuals, rather often than the kind of primary sources of the tradition, so a big part of their concern is to go back to these original sources. And here it's important to point out that these Jesuits were not just trying to open the church up to modern thought, as the Catholic modernists were, because a major aspect of their critique of neo-scholasticism was that even though it was deeply anti-modernist, it also wasn't terribly traditional. It was a product of the 16th century commentators on Thomas Aquinas. And so these young Jesuits wanted to return to the oldest sources of the Catholic tradition, especially the Church Fathers, an approach that would come to be known as ressourcement. And they actually thought that this return to the sources of the tradition would paradoxically help the church to better engage with modernity and modern philosophy as well. So there's a kind of dual impulse towards ressourcement and aggiornamento that I think we also see at Vatican II. So why Jersey? How did this unassuming little Anglo-Norman island become a cradle for one of the most important renewal movements in 20th century Catholic thought? In part, I would argue it was a direct result of the anti-clerical campaign. The isolation imposed by exile greatly intensified the intellectual life at these institutions because it released students and teachers from the various ministries and pastoral responsibilities that ordinarily took time away from their studies. This is why de Lubac later recalled the experience of exile with some fondness. Quote, "We were really quite far from the world, away for a time from nearly all the responsibilities of the apostolate. Alone among ourselves, as if in a big ship drifting without a radio in the middle of the ocean. But what an intense life within that ship, and what a marvelous crossing," end quote. And Chenu has some very similar lines about Le Seul Choix. The physical isolation of exile also served another purpose. It helped to shield these institutions from the worst excesses of the modernist crisis. The major seminaries and Catholic universities bore the brunt of the backlash against modernism and fell under heavy censorship. The freedom with which de Lubac and his friends were allowed to pursue their independent curriculum of modern philosophy, because they did so with the permission of their teachers, would have been unheard of at a clerical training institution more closely controlled by the central ecclesiastical authorities. So there were important institutional reasons why the anti-clerical legislation proved in some ways fortuitous for the development of Catholic thought. But there were also intellectual reasons. Because the anti-clerical campaign forced theologians to reimagine the nature of the church and its relationship to the political order as they grappled with a key problem. How could the church maintain a public role for itself once the institutions of public life had been secularized? How could it play a robust role in the secular public sphere without compromising its values in the process? By posing these questions, I argue that the separation of church and state helped to inspire new approaches and open up new avenues for Catholic engagement in public life. Now, once again, it didn't do this right away. In the first decades of the 20th century, most French Catholics were still sworn enemies of the Republic and were concerned primarily with the goal of reversing the anti-clerical legislation. In this context, the right-wing royalist movement known as the Action Française became very attractive and exercised an almost complete dictatorship over French Catholic intellectuals, as the philosopher Yves Simon put it. De Lubac and his friends constantly complained about the dominance of the Action Française at Jersey and other Jesuit institutions. But a major turning point came in 1926 when Pope Pius XI condemned the Action Française. This event broke the deep-seated bond between Catholicism and royalism in France and opened up a space for new ways of imagining the role of the church in public life. Into this vacuum stepped people like de Lubac's circle at Jersey and the Social Dominicans, as well as Catholic personalists like Emmanuel Mounier and Jacques Maritain. This new generation of intellectuals helped to reorient Catholic political thought away from the goal of reversing the separation of church and state. In fact, they began to think that the separation of church and state might prove to be a blessing in disguise if the church emerged from it with a purified sense of its mission. As de Lubac explained in 1932, when the church tried to claim jurisdiction over some aspects of temporal or political life, it was not actually expanding its authority. Instead, this was a kind of demotion because it effectively reduced the church to the level of an earthly power like any other. Quote, "Treating the civil authority as a pure instrument of the spiritual authority degrades the church just as much as it humiliates the state," end quote. Instead, de Lubac argued that there was a qualitative difference between the church's spiritual authority and the kind of authority possessed by the state. And only when it ceased to think and act like a state could the church claim a truly universal authority. So this is quite a long quote, so I'm going to put this up. The authority of the church is entirely spiritual. This is not, to tell the truth, a restriction. It is not a question of closing the church off from any terrain of human thought or action. There is none, as profane as it might seem, in which one way or another, faith and morals are not implicated. Christianity is universal, it has happily been said, not only in the sense that all men have Jesus Christ as their Savior, but also in the sense that all of man has its Savior in Jesus Christ. The church is thus also Catholic in this latter sense, that nothing which is human can remain foreign to it. And so the church has authority over everything without having to step outside its role. So what we have here is a blueprint for a new way of thinking about the role of the church in public life. De Lubac recognized that it wasn't possible to reverse the separation of church and state and reestablish a confessional state. And actually, he thought that renouncing the claim to any kind of jurisdiction over temporal affairs actually made it possible for the church to expand its authority to encompass all areas of human life, provided that this authority was understood in purely spiritual terms. In doing this, he thought the church could recapture its original role to be a critical force in relation to the powers of this world. This was how the early Christians had understood the church's role, but it had been abandoned when the church threw in its lot with the Roman Empire. So de Lubac thought that the separation of church and state presented the church with an opportunity to recover this original pre-Constantinian role and expand its spiritual authority in the process. But while French Catholics like de Lubac and Maritain embraced the separation of church and state, that doesn't mean that they simply embraced the rule of democracy and the secularization of public life either. Instead, they wanted to develop a Catholic alternative to both the confessional state and the privatization of religion. In other words, they were trying to imagine a way for the church to be in the secular public sphere, but not of it. To do this, they turned to the pre-modern sources of the Catholic tradition, and especially to the idea of the church as the mystical body of Christ, which derives from St. Paul and the Church Fathers. The mystical body was an eschatological community first and foremost. It included all past, present, and future Christians. And because it is not of this world, theologians like de Lubac argued that it was the only community capable of resolving the intractable conflicts that plague all earthly societies. In this way, de Lubac looked to the church rather than the state as the primary framework for collective life and as the basis from which to critique secular political ideologies on both the right and left. Okay, so what did this approach to Catholic politics look like in practice? Because this might sound rather abstract. Well, probably the best example is the spiritual resistance to fascism that Jesuits like de Lubac, Fessard, Moncheuil, and their friend Pierre Chaillet helped to lead during the Second World War. So now I want to turn to a second major crisis in the life of the French Church and show how the approach to Catholic politics that these priests developed in response to the separation of church and state informed their response to the rise of fascism and the German occupation. So when the French army surrendered to the Germans in 1940, the Third Republic fell, and France was divided in two. So an occupied zone in the north was administered directly by the Germans, and a so-called free zone in the south was administered by a new French state led by Marshal Pétain and headquartered at the spa town of Vichy. The Vichy regime quickly found a kindred spirit in the Catholic Church. This was in part because the new French state immediately set about reversing much of the anti-clerical legislation I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. It returned church property that had been confiscated in 1905 and remained unsold. It removed restrictions on the religious orders, and for a period of time it even added religious instruction to the public school curriculum. But beyond these institutional benefits, Catholics were also drawn to the values of the new regime. Its vision for a national revolution that would bring about the moral and spiritual regeneration of France. Its emphasis on the virtues of order, discipline, and self-sacrifice, and its focus on the family and traditional gender norms. The French bishops were especially enthusiastic about the new regime. The Assembly of Cardinals and Archbishops declared in July 1941 that all Catholics had a duty to obey the Vichy government because it was the established temporal authority. This is a principle that comes from St. Paul. But the bishops went much further than this. They declared, quote, we venerate the head of state and encourage our faithful to take their place at his side in the work of recovery he has undertaken in the three domains of the family, work, and the fatherland, end quote. And this remained the official position of the French hierarchy long after support for the regime had dwindled. So amidst this chorus of Catholic support for Vichy, de Lubac, Fissal, and Moncheuil were among the few lone voices of dissent. Initially, they tried to voice their critique in officially approved publications that were subject to state censorship. And in this context, I argue that theology became politically quite powerful because it allowed them to kind of encode their resistance message in the apparently apolitical language of theology and thus get around censorship. So let me focus on just one example here because I think it nicely shows also how their response to the anti-clerical campaign set the terms for their resistance to fascism. In 1941, Henri de Lubac gave a speech at Uriage, which was the school created to train future Vichy functionaries, and the speech was later published, so it was subject to censorship. In it, de Lubac turned to this idea of the church as the mystical body of Christ, which I mentioned before, in order to critique both fascism and communism. For de Lubac, these ideologies had to be understood as religious phenomena first and foremost, and he blamed their rise on the secularization of European life since the Renaissance, which had evacuated Christianity from public life and relegated it to the private sphere. But secular ideologies like liberalism could not satisfy the human yearning for the absolute, so instead this yearning gave rise to dangerous replacement religions like Nazism and communism. Now, because the threat posed by Nazism was a spiritual and religious one, de Lubac insisted that it required a religious response. And here he invoked the mystical body of Christ. Whereas states tend either to privilege the individual at the expense of the community in the case of liberalism, or the community at the expense of the individual in the case of fascism and communism, de Lubac argued that the mystical body alone can reconcile these competing imperatives precisely because it is not of this world. Quote, so that the person finds his complete fulfillment, so that he arrives at full interiority, at the full possession of himself, he must be enfolded into a vaster and deeper community, a community of a different nature, no longer simply terrestrial, as the family and the nation still are, but a community whose essence is eternal, as the person himself is. Such is the church, this church which the Apostle Paul called the body of Christ, and which we still commonly call the mystical body of Christ. This was a position echoed by de Lubac's close friend from Jersey, Gaston Fissat. Fissat appealed to the mystical body of Christ in order to critique the racist policies of Vichy and the Third Reich in an article published in December 1940. Invoking St. Paul, Fissat argued that racism was an assault on the unity of Christ's mystical body, and he presented this vision of the church as an alternative to what he called, quote, the narrow and petty future embraced by human politics, end quote. Now, it might seem like this vision would imply a retreat from political engagement, but instead, Fissat insisted that it imposed a grave obligation on all Christians to work here and now towards the promise of a reconciled humanity, and to reject any political order that violated those principles. So Fissat and de Lubac used the concept of the mystical body of Christ as a tool to critique Vichy and Nazi ideology and mobilize Catholics to resist it. This was very much in line with their pre-war vision of Catholic politics, the idea that the church should be a critical force in relation to political ideologies and worldly authorities. And so this is what I call in the book counter-politics. So I argue that theology was, gave them a way to access the political while claiming to remain above politics or at arm's length from it. And that actually a lot of the political power of their work, especially in the context of the war, actually comes from this claim not to be doing politics. So in the context of the war, this approach was especially effective because by framing their critique of fascism in the apparently apolitical language of theology, these Jesuits were able to get around the Vichy censor, though arguably it became maybe less useful after the war, which we can discuss later. By late 1941, however, even these narrow opportunities for licit resistance were being choked off as Vichy tightened its censorship regime and closed down a number of Catholic periodicals. And here I should also point out that these Jesuits, because their priests are also under ecclesiastical censorship, and they were getting a lot of pressure from their superiors not to speak out against the regime. In this context, Pierre Chaillet decided to go underground, there he is, and launched the clandestine newspaper Témoignage Chrétien. De Lubac would share the editorial functions with Chaillet, while Fessard wrote the very first issue. It appeared in November 1941, and it's the one on the right here, bearing the title, France, Take Care Not to Lose Your Soul. And it's widely seen as the text that launched the spiritual resistance. In it, Fessard stressed the key message of the newspaper, that Nazism and Christianity were radically incompatible. Like de Lubac, Fessard saw Nazism as a kind of pseudo-religion, one founded on the idols of blood and race, and therefore fundamentally at odds with the dignity of the person and the unity of the human race affirmed by Christianity. What made Nazism especially dangerous, he argued, was that it didn't attack Christianity head-on as communism did, but instead tried to co-opt it from within. And it did so by tricking Christians into signing on to a project that might seem compatible with their values, such as the Vichy government's national revolution with its promise of a religious revival at the expense of Republican anti-clericalism. But in fact, Fessard warned, the Vichy regime's religious rhetoric only served as a Trojan horse for the pagan ideology of the Nazis. In other words, Fessard wanted to dispel the widespread illusion that Vichy was in any way independent from the occupying power, and this really was a widespread belief at the time. And in case his readers had any doubts about his message, he spelled it out in capital letters. Collaboration with the government of the Marshal equals collaboration with the New Order equals collaboration with the triumph of Nazi principles. This was a point that people like Fessard and de Lubac made again and again in their resistance writings. They thought that Christians were too focused on the institutional benefits that the church had gained under Vichy, which distracted them from the deeply un-Christian principles that the regime advanced. This is de Lubac. Quote, there are Christians today who would like to save the material first. But what is all that worth in the eyes of God if it is not the incarnation of the Spirit of His Son? It is a long way, alas, from crucifixes everywhere on the walls of schools and courtrooms to Christ everywhere in the hearts of real Christians. The best proof that the Vichy government's appeals to Christian values were mere lip service for de Lubac was the regime's anti-Semitic legislation. So these were called the Statut des Juifs. They, among other things, limited access to Jewish people, to certain professions that were deemed influential, like the military, the media, liberal professions. They also rounded up so-called foreign Jews, Jews without French citizenship, and created a registry of Jewish inhabitants that the Germans were then able to use to carry out the Holocaust. Again and again, the authors of Témoignage Chrétien warned that anti-Semitism was actually a form of anti-Christianity that distorted the Christian tradition by trying to separate it from its Jewish roots. And here I think they had in mind the German Christian movement in Germany, which was trying to Aryanize Christianity and strip it of its so-called Jewish accretions, including the Old Testament. What's especially interesting about the spiritual resistance is that even after these priests went underground, they still continued to insist that their resistance activities were a spiritual and not a political act. The very first issue of Témoignage Chrétien opened with this disclaimer, quote, "The Frenchmen who present you these booklets do not engage in politics," end quote. That's because, as I mentioned before, they perceived Nazism as a specifically religious threat, and therefore one that required a religious response. So the authors envisioned themselves as something like the spiritual directors of the nation. They sought to form the consciences of French men and women by providing them with the necessary tools to make an informed Christian judgment, including facts that were censored in the official press and statements from church leaders across Europe on the conflict between Christianity and fascism. And this is an implicit rebuke, I think, to the French bishops. By framing Témoignage Chrétien as a strictly spiritual project, these Jesuits were continuing their pre-war effort to carve out a new public role for themselves and for the church in a context in which church and state had been separated. And in the context of the war, this claim to remain above politics actually became politically very powerful by allowing them to circumvent state censorship and authorizing them to pronounce on questions that might seem beyond their purview as priests. The first issue of Témoignage Chrétien had a print run of 5,000 copies, but the journal's circulation would increase dramatically over the next few years. And by the end of the war, they were printing about 250,000 copies of each issue and distributing it across the full length of the country. There was also a more practical side to the spiritual resistance. Alongside the publication of Témoignage Chrétien, Pierre Chaillet helped to lead an interconfessional initiative called Amitié Chrétienne, which provided material assistance to those fleeing Nazi persecution by supplying them with false papers, smuggling them across the Swiss border, or hiding them in Catholic convents and schools. And here I just want to single out the really central role that Catholic women played in this endeavor, especially women like Germaine Rivière. Obviously, the men and women who undertook these projects did so at considerable personal risk. That risk increased dramatically in November 1942 when the Germans invaded the Free Zone and occupied the whole of France. Chaillet immediately went underground, but was captured in a Gestapo raid on the Amitié Chrétienne headquarters in January 1943. Fortunately, his captors did not recognize him, and he was released the same day. By the end of 1943, de Lubac was forced to go into hiding, and Fessard only narrowly eluded the Gestapo the following year when his friend, fellow Jesuit René Douance, was imprisoned in his stead. Their friend Yves de Moncheuil was not so lucky. He was captured by the Gestapo while serving as a chaplain to the young resistance fighters of the Maquis in August 1944 and executed just 2 weeks before the liberation of France. After the war, both de Lubac and Fessard would go on to become key interlocutors in debates about Marxism and existentialism that dominated post-war France. And in the book, I try to show that actually there was a considerable interchange between secular kind of mainstream French philosophers, people like Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, Kojève, etc., and theologians that people have not always recognized how much in dialogue these two groups were. But in 1950, they fell foul of the Vatican when Pope Pius XII issued an encyclical condemning the Nouvelle Théologie. Along with their Dominican counterparts, Chenu and Congar, the Lubac Circle would spend the next decade in the wilderness under a cloud of suspicion until the Second Vatican Council changed everything. Suddenly, these theologians found themselves playing a key role in writing the documents of the Council and shaping church teaching on everything from ecclesiology to ecumenism to the church's relationship to the modern world. And they remain key touchstones for the contemporary church, helping to shape the papacies of both Benedict XVI and Pope Francis. So what can we learn from the story of these Jesuit priests for our own contemporary moment and the crises that are currently roiling our world? The dramatic historical changes that this group of Jesuits lived through involved a profound challenge to the authority of the church in the form of the anti-clerical legislation in France. But it also involved a much more profound crisis over the relationship between the church and the modern world, and what the role of the church should be once the institutions of public life have been secularized. And what I think their story shows us is that this involved much more than just a simple choice between embracing modernity or rejecting it altogether. Instead, these priests turned back to the ancient sources of their tradition to find the resources to update the church and develop an authentically Catholic way of being modern. This allowed them to perceive the crises that they were living through as both a challenge and an opportunity. What I think people like de Lubac, Fessard, Chaillet, and Moncheuil recognized very early on was that even though the anti-clerical legislation in France destroyed the traditional privileges of the church, it also represented an opportunity for the church to recapture its original role as a critical force in relation to the powers of this world, which it had abandoned when it threw in its lot with the Roman Empire. From this perspective, the separation of church and state could be seen as a blessing in disguise, to go back to this idea of a felix culpa, because it freed the church to be more than just a political actor. As de Lubac put it in the wartime speech that I quoted earlier, this is one of my favorite quotes from him, the clericalization of the state is inevitably the stateization of the church. It sounds a little better in French. And what he meant by that was that when the church tries to assert its authority over political affairs, when it tries to act like a state, this actually degrades the authority of the church. In this sense, the church could emerge from the crises over the separation of church and state and the rise of fascism with a purified sense of its authority and its role in the world. To be clear, this role did not imply a retreat from public life or that the church should avoid weighing in on the great political challenges of the day. These priest resistance activities make that clear enough. But it did mean adopting a critical perspective in relation to state power and political ideologies of all stripes. And this is important because while de Lubac and his friends were deeply critical of fascism, they were equally critical of communism. They were very, very involved in post-war anti-communism. But they were also highly critical of liberalism for its tendency to restrict religion to the private sphere and its emphasis on the primacy of the individual. And indeed, they blamed this in no small part for the rise of totalitarianism, as we've seen. In other words, these Jesuits were suspicious of all political ideologies because they recognized that no single political party or movement could align perfectly with the demands of the faith. And therefore, they had to remain at arm's length from all of them. And this is what I call in the book the logic of eschatology, which I distinguish from that countervailing approach that some Catholics adopt, the logic of incarnation, which was much more willing to work within secular institutions and with secular parties. And this is a lesson that I think many Christians could learn from today, especially at a moment when many seem all too ready to conflate the demands of their faith with loyalty to a particular nation or party. In this context, it can be useful to have institutions that stand apart from the state and can serve as the reference point for a critique of overweening state power. Thank you very much.
Its moral authority, because I assume while they were trying to act as spiritual counselors to the French, many other voices were doing so as well. And certainly in our own day, there are any number of groups of religious or lay Catholics who want to speak to the present moment without either having speaking power or perhaps not having moral authority. So what made their writing really stick?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So they were actually denounced by the bishops as quote-unquote theologians without a mandate because they published anonymously and therefore without the imprimatur of the law staff. So they did not have recourse to the usual requirements for ecclesiastical oversight. And so, yeah, they were dismissed then by the authorities. And so it was sort of a little bit awkward the way they tried to get around this sometimes, because they would sort of say, well, we're just speaking for ourselves, we're not, we're speaking on behalf of the hierarchy or of the church, we're not claiming this authority, but yet they were, citing pronouncements by Pius XI, that, we're all, spiritually Semitic, and pronouncements from other church leaders across Europe, again, I think as a rebuke to the French bishops. And I think also this language of the mystical body did a lot of work there because they would argue that, that it was this kind of transnational and even ecumenical kind of institution against an emphasis on kind of hierarchical authority of the bishops. So they were a little bit kind of cagey and careful about how you do this. But it is really telling, I think, of the difficulty of trying to assert that moral authority in ways that don't seem to undermine the hierarchy of the church, but also don't rely on just the primacy of individual conscience. I think they're trying to find a way in the middle there.
It sounds like it's
not as far from a group blog as I would have pictured, like seeing it printed. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Shortall, and I thank you especially for those drawings that the Jesuits made. Thank you very much for about things I said about my formatory experience, the Jesuit formation. My question is, you said at the beginning how the separation of church and state led to a revitalization of Catholic theology. After that, you used the word renewal a number of times. I'm wondering if you could specify more particularly what you see that the object of that revitalization or renewal to consist in. Behind that question is, I suppose, I'm wondering what you would say to the criticism that actually this did bring about a revitalization of Catholic theology, that Catholic theology fairly quickly fell into a worse state. I can't help hear some of this with some of the things we saw our first talk yesterday about the massive decline of the church that has happened. That criticism, I mean, many people have made of the Nouvelle Théologie, so I'm just wondering how you might respond to what seemed to happen very quickly after the dominance of the Nouvelle Théologie. So there's two questions.
Do you mean that they're somehow responsible for the decline of like churchification?
So the narrative might be that Nouvelle Théologie was triumphant. It tore down a scholasticism, but then very quickly thereafter, Catholic theology fell into a worse state, a state that was not a very vital state, and that they would be partially responsible for that, perhaps for burning some of the bridges or ladders that allowed them to climb the heights and cross the waters that they crossed. So I guess I'm interested in what you see as a revitalization.
Right. I guess I would not see the moment after the Nouvelle Théologie as a moment of decline in particular. So we probably have a different sense of that, which might inform this. But I think for them, the key thing is to go back to the sources. And, in their training, it was, I think, incredible to them how little people were steeped in, even Thomas Aquinas himself. They were reading these 16th century commentators who were, very hard for the historical Aquinas, as people like Chenu and Combal wanted to go back to the kind of authentic historical Aquinas and understanding this context. So maybe that's why I'm also sympathetic to them, because they're very historical in their sensibility. And so that's a big part of it, is trying to go back to the sources in order to bring forward something new. And this is what makes them, I think, much more successful than the modernists, and ensure that they can sort of engage with the modern world, and engage with modern philosophy as they do in debates with existentialists, for example. And so they're able to speak to those figures on their own terms while also remaining within this much longer tradition. And for Dubac, his critique of neo-scholasticism was that it had actually aided and abetted secularization, because it created this sort of artificial distinction between the natural and the supernatural orders, the natural and supernatural ends of the human person. And so he argues that that actually is what aids and abets secularization, because it wrenches the two things apart, and then you no longer need the thing on top all of a sudden, right? So for him, bringing these two things back together, rooting the supernatural in the natural desire for God, is a way to kind of re-sacralize European thought and society. So that's a big part of it for him. I think a lot of, this is more for Conga, his work gets used especially in the effort to open up to other religions, and especially other Christian denominations at Vatican II. So it becomes important for having a less kind of exclusionary, exclusive view of salvation. Yeah, I think they're basically, they're hugely important for what comes after, but then they were also very critical of some of the ways that their thought was used, for instance, by liberation theologians. They thought they kind of ran with too far with some elements of their thinking. So I'm not sure that we can blame them for that necessarily.
Thank you for a really interesting and helpful talk. I'm interested in the context of the Jesuit reality within this heroic gallery that you referred us to belonged to that time how many members the Jesuit Order in France would have had at that time. It would have been a large enterprise. And the gallery you presented suggests an overlap between the agents of ressourcement and the proponents of anti-fascism.
Right.
I just wondered, is that the case? And if so, what does it mean?
Right, yes. Absolutely. It's true that the Dominican side of the story drops out a little bit during the war because they're less involved in anti-fascism. They're much more involved in the post-war kind of Catholic left, as I call it in the book. So they have a different view, one based more on this kind of incarnationist logic. But the Jesuit side of it, with this kind of eschatological mode of thinking, was, I think, absolutely central to anti-fascism. And so people like Chayet and Studeback are explicitly kind of turning back to the ecclesiology of the church fathers in books like Corpus Mysticum and some of the work that Chayet did as well on milieu, the Tübingen theologians, and their reliance on the church fathers. So they saw it, again, as recovering this much older ecclesiology that was fundamentally critical, that was eschatological in its thinking, and that was kind of more Augustinian in a lot of ways in comparison to the Thomists, I would say. So I think the ressourcement is absolutely central to what they're doing.
And you would say that the main sort of directional thrust is the eschatological.
Yeah, I think for me, at least that's what I've identified, because I see a sort of shift in their thinking actually from the 1930s, where people like Studeback in his book Catholicism, I think is much more in that incarnationist vein. And then I see a kind of shift in his thinking during the war to move away from that, because he starts to wonder how is it that some of these people who adhere to this idea of the mystical body in the 1930s then end up supporting Vichy, which was the case with some people. And so there he starts to kind of refine his ecclesiology a little bit. And this is where he gives in a critique in some ways of the idea of the mystical body in favor of just the body of Christ in Corpus Mysticum, and going back to this earlier kind of Eucharistic ecclesiology. So there the Eucharist becomes a key element of this critique of fascism too.
So wonderful talk, I really enjoyed it. Would you be comfortable with the generalization that the incarnationist approach or concern is more concerned with response to communism and the eschatological is more response to fascism? And where does John Paul II stand in that? I'm sorry, this is probably my own ignorance, but I'm trying to locate all these figures that with much less knowledge are floating around my brain. And I'm also wondering about Simone Weil.
Oh, yeah. So I think Simone Weil is such an idiosyncratic figure that I don't know where to put her on the stage.
She has an anti-politics, though.
Right. No, she is similar in that respect. Yes, absolutely. And I think that also comes out of Peggy and his influence on a lot of these figures too, kind of mystical as political. GP too, also a difficult figure. So I sort of argue in the book that at Vatican II you see this distinction that has already happened within the Nouvelle Theologie between the kind of more eschatological, the more incarnational divide, which is a Jesuit Dominican divide, that kind of emerges at Vatican II in some of the debates over Gaudium et Spes. And then it forms the post-conciliar debates between communio and concilium. So in those, Wojtyła would be on the side of Studeback and Balthasar and Ratzinger, but he was much more of a Thomist, so I don't know really where to fit him, honestly. But with the fascism, communism, so what I try to do in the book is suggest that the primary division here between incarnation and eschatology is not a political one, in that both of those approaches don't fit readily into categories of right and left. So that the primary division is a theological one. And so what's interesting to me is that this Thomist logic, because I argue that the incarnational logic is based on a Thomist distinction between the natural and the supernatural that allows some autonomy for temporal affairs. And this is crucial to the arguments that some of these, because neo-scholasticism was very closely associated with the Action Française prior to the 1920s, even though the leader of the Action Française was not a believer, so then they had to engage in all these intellectual gymnastics to justify supporting him, but so they did that by essentially decoupling theory from practice and saying, okay, well, we can agree with what he wants practically, but we don't agree with his reasons for it. And that's exactly the same argument that Catholic proponents of some dialogue with communism will make after the war. And so I argue that there's like a continuity there, despite the very different politics involved. So in a way, like the eschatological move is neither right nor left, and the incarnational one is sort of both right and left, is sort of how I put it.
Not to have this table jeopardized, but I did want to pick up Father Strand's question, and it goes beyond your time frame, so it may be a bit unfair. But as you know, the last years of de Lulac's life were taken with his book on the spiritual posterity of Joachim. Are you able to say something about what were the concerns that he had? Because he really seemed to feel that this was going not only beyond ressourcement, but also beyond the aggiornamento. So what did he see as the critical issue that he was trying to counter in that book?
Yeah, so that is a much later book, but it does dovetail with some of the critiques that some of these figures are making in the 40s and 50s of, Catholic communism, or the critique progressistes, like the progressive Catholics is what they were called in France. I see that as very much driven by this eschatological idea, where his critique in that book is the way that Christian visions of salvation become secularized, right? And that becomes almost the basis for secular religions like communism. This is an argument that a number of people make as well. This was also a critique that they made in the 40s as well. And I argue that they adhere to a kind of a different form of time, or a different vision of time that was nonlinear, and it kind of disrupted the kind of secular, continuous, linear, progressive models of time that are underwrite, progressive liberal narratives, but also a kind of communist, Marxist philosophy of history. So their vision of time is much more kind of radically discontinuous, right? It sees the kingdom in the present, and so I argue that they're operating with just a different temporal framework, and I think that's also central to his critique in that book as well.
Thank you very much. In your talk, I got the impression that the Nouvelle theologians were working against the church hierarchy in important ways. And I'm wondering if you could say a little bit more specifically about how they interacted with or responded to or thought of the church's social teaching. Because my sense of Leo XIII, Pius XI, and Pius XII is that although they were neo-scholastics, they were not reactionary monarchists. They actually, the project they were engaged in was something akin to what Professor Hankins described earlier in Petrarch. They were teachers of teachers. They were trying to bring about a moral and spiritual renewal of institutions from within. So they were institutional thinkers, but they weren't reactionaries. They were looking for a kind of new social pluralism that revived the intermediary associations that used to protect the individuals from the totalizing state. I guess I'm just wondering, how did the Nouvelle Theologians interact with this train of thought? Because I actually think it's pretty compatible, but
Totally.
yeah, anyway.
No, the Black would consider himself a social Catholic, so they're very much in that tradition, and articulating a kind of third way between capitalism and communism. So I would see him as very much in that tradition. It's just that because of the politics in France, that tended in the late 19th century to be more associated with Christian Democrats or proto-Christian Democrats, and not so much with the Thomists, who tended to be, because it's still. So Leo XIII provides Thomism as a way to engage with modernity in a way on its own rationalist terms, but then it becomes, I think, narrowed a great deal with the modernist crisis. It becomes this kind of rampart against
intellectual deviation. This is the critique that they have of it. And then in the 20th century, you see it develop, again, much more diversity. Jusson, Maritain, like, there's just much more diversity within the Thomist tradition, Chenu. But in this period, it becomes very, very narrowed as a kind of instrument of anti-modernist reaction. Yeah, so I think it's part of the way that it just fit in with French politics in this period too.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Two quick questions. The first, what is the impact of the conquest of the Italians in 1929 on that thinking? Second, did the city of Budapest play a role in their thinking as well? Thank you.
They're definitely Augustinian, I would say, in their inspiration, and I kind of distinguish them, I use those terms to distinguish between the two groups, so the Thomist versus the Augustinians. Sometimes that distinction is also used at that end too. So yeah, they're absolutely in that tradition. And Eric Peterson would be another example of someone who's very similar, I think, because he had this very famous exchange with Carl Schmitt around these issues. Second question.
Italy.
Italy. They were probably parochial in their thinking. I expected when I went into the archives to see all these discussions of, Hitler's rise in 1933 and what was happening in other countries. There's some discussion in France of the war in Ethiopia that Mussolini wages, and there's a great deal of criticism of that by people like Maritain. There's some engagement with the Spanish Civil War, of course, but there's not that much beyond that. They're pretty focused on internal French dynamics, oddly enough.
So there's no impact on what they conduct with the fascist regime in Italy? There's no discerning impact?
They don't mention it, no. Yeah, and I don't know what they thought about it. Yeah. It's hard because, as I mentioned, everything that they publish has to go through this ecclesiastical censorship. So they do self-censor a fair bit, which is why I argue it's important to look at their archives as well, because when you look at their correspondence, you can maybe get a fuller sense of their views than you would get just from the published materials. So I have to rely on what I find in the correspondence, and I didn't find anything, unfortunately, on that.
So they were against fascism, and they were against communism, and they also were against liberalism. Is there a secret fourth thing they were for? Were they post-liberals? Did they ever articulate what the ideal state would be that could be in relationship to a spiritual authority?
No. So it is very much a negative view of political engagement, a critical one, and that is very unsatisfying to some people. So that is why this incarnationist appeal, this incarnationist model appeals to a lot of people who think that this is just not enough. Like, we need to be articulating a positive alternative. So yes, it's arguably disempowering, but it does have its advantages, especially in the context of the resistance. But no, they are not articulating a positive vision for the state because, as I said, they really are thinking of the church as the primary framework for collective life. So they're not thinking about the state as the main way to think about how we should live together in society, if that makes sense. And part of what I want to argue is that that still has political effects, right? Even that ecclesiology still kind of has a political effect, even when it is not taking the state as its primary point of reference. Right? So I'm trying to articulate a kind of wider vision of the political beyond just like the state, the economy, right? To think about how we can capture these other forms of engagement that do impinge on politics, as becomes clear during the war, because theology deals with these fundamental questions about the nature of human life, or the relationship between the individual and the community. In the context of the war, the relationship between Judaism and Christianity, those things have political effects. But I recognize that it can seem a little bit unsatisfying.
Thanks for your talk. I loved your book. I thought it was brilliant. I learned a ton from it. And I say that because I'm going to follow on this question by maybe just in a very friendly way, turning the screws just a little bit on the point that he just raised. You began by talking about the the 1905 law, which was the kind of fateful separation between secular power and spiritual power between the church and the world. By the end of the discussion, having crossed out liberalism, fascism, communism, I'm sort of beginning to wonder if they are kind of secret accomplice or a theological accomplice to the separation against which they're supposed to be rebelling. Namely the 1905 law that blocks the church from a certain form of involvement in political life. And if I ask myself in a cynical mood what the kind of secular liberals of 1905 France wanted, they wanted a church that stayed out of political, ideological contest. And am I right to wonder if maybe that the resource-bound theologians are on more friendly terms with their original antagonists?
Well, I mean, to the extent, as I suggested, that they actually think the separation of church and state could be a good thing in some ways, because it can allow the church to kind of recapture what its actual role should be, you could say, yes. But I think what they're doing is something a bit more foundational, because they are trying to reconnect the spiritual and the temporal, the natural and the supernatural on the church's terms, on theology's terms, not on the state's terms. So that's why their vision is quite appealing to people like the radical orthodoxy folks. But it is also the case that Milbank has this critique of Lubac for kind of smuggling a kind of dualism back in, even as he's rejecting the dualism of neo-scholasticism. So there is something in that critique, but you know, to me, it's maybe also just a testament to the limits of our political imagination, that we struggle so much to think beyond the state as like the primary apparatus for politics and as the primary reference point. So I do like to kind of, I don't know, think about how they could explode some of our categories or force us to think differently, or denaturalize some of our assumptions about the nature and the limits of political action.
I always rebel against statements that are so blanket that de Lubac makes. The authority of the church is entirely spiritual. He was great. I love reading him. It's a kind of French thing to, you know, never qualify when you can really just go and say something, or never do with a scalpel what you can do with a machete. But, you know, that's the Hobbesian position, that the state, that's the kind of key premise of liberalism, is that the state, and only the state, has authority in the material world, so to speak. And so I guess I'm following up on Matt's query here. Aren't they really sort of spiritually challenged, you know, people who want to issue spiritual challenges to liberalism, but basically do not dissent from liberalism, if you have to choose among the three modern options: fascism, communism, liberalism.
Yeah, I think they would probably see liberalism as the least disruptive, which is maybe.
Well, it just seems, I guess my point is that they affirm a central premise of liberalism. And to say that the church has spiritual power, but also temporal power, would be to say something that would be fundamentally antithetical to liberalism.
Well, I mean, so the beginning of that quote, actually, which I didn't include there, is that given that the spiritual is everywhere mixed in with the temporal, the church has authority over everything without having to step outside of its role. So the point is that for the Lubac, these things cannot be separated, and therefore the church does have authority over everything, right? So he is trying to sort of resist that dualistic thinking, which he again attributes to this neo-scholastic distinction between the natural and supernatural ends of the person. But he wants to do it on the church's terms, on theology's terms, not on the terms of secular politics. But again, I think I'm not, you know, as a historian, I'm not especially invested in their approach as the correct one, and I do totally see the critique that some people after the war make of how limiting this can be. On the other hand, I think they did see how the
the inverse logic could lead some people down the road to fascism. And so it can also be salutary to have that kind of distance from the political. And it's a little bit like, I think, Metz's idea of the eschatological proviso, that we should always pause and think and judge everything in this world by the standards of the next. And that if we are just rushing to establish a particular political project as in keeping with our faith, maybe our idea of the faith has been somewhat corroded, right? So there is a value to this, I think, even if I would totally agree that it's maybe not useful in every circumstance.
Thank you for your presentation, because you have given us the freshness of all of these people and this approach. My question is about its fruitfulness. Because if we put these people inside, as you have said, so inside the French thinkers, and so we understand the great thinkers that we have had in France. But now it's a desert. And so my question is, why?
Do you mean French thought currently?
Yes.
Or
So
French
French thought, Catholic thought.
Yeah. I don't know, I don't work up in a contemporary moment. This is what I say to the past. Yeah, there's a lot. Well, there's many factors, and this is why I sort of push back against the notion that we can draw a straight line from them or from Vatican II to the kind of decline of vocations or secularization. I think the factors, there are a lot of factors at play there, and it's hard to unpick them. But I also think that there has been a kind of renewed interest in theology amongst French philosophers, amongst continental philosophers. Ed Baring's book on this subject, I think, really does a great job of showing that. So there is some hope for a kind of renewal, even if maybe it doesn't seem like we're all the way there yet.
Thanks very much for your talk. I was wondering if it seemed like what they were trying to argue was that political problems are most deeply theological problems, or maybe behind the residual political problems that we readily intuit, there are deeper theological problems. Could you say a little bit more about what those would be for someone like de Lubac? I mean, does he see some of, for example, some of the conflicts over church and state, or some of the battle over fascism, to be the fruit of bad ideas about human beings and sort of the separation of a natural and a supernatural end, or something? That, what seems like a kind of abstruse religious question actually really cashes out in political ways. Could you maybe draw out some of the theological problems they see there?
Yeah, the natural supernatural is really the big one. And as I alluded to, I think that they first get onto this at Jersey, where they developed this critique of neo-Scotism. And there's some wonderful quotes about the way that the natural supernatural distinction is aids and abets laicite, basically. That it kind of treats the supernatural as something super added and therefore kind of dispensable. And so that is absolutely central. And then it cashes out of debates around human rights as well. So I kind of distinguish the Lubac's approach from Jacques Maritain approach to human rights, because Maritain has this kind of Thomist natural law derivation. Lubac instead roots into this idea that we have this natural desire for God, so you can't separate natural and supernatural. And so this leads into, in Témoignage Chrétien made this incredible statement that Christian rights and human rights are identical, that there's no distinction, because he thinks of human rights as deriving from the fact that we are all called to be members of the body of Christ. So he has a kind of much thicker understanding, I think, of the nature and ends of human rights. Let's see, there's all kinds to about communism and nuclear war. The other key issue, I think, so there's ecological issues, there's the natural, supernatural, but the way that plays out often in political debates is about the relationship between theory and practice. So this again comes up with the Catholic left, where all of these people, many of them who had been in the resistance, where the communists were absolutely central to the resistance. And so Catholics who had been in the resistance often developed friendships with communists, where they, just by virtue of cooperating on this shared task, became much more sympathetic to them. So they were prepared to say that, well, we share the same goals, so it doesn't really matter that they're atheists or that they have a different reason for seeking those goals. And so that is something that Dewey Bach and people like Wodell, who's very influential for Dewey Bach, totally reject that kind of separation between theory and practice, as if the theory is not going to then infect the practice in some way, as if you could just bracket these things, as if you could bracket the intellectual justification for the position from the position itself. This is central to Blondell's critique of the axiom falsets. In particular, you can't just bracket out the fact that Laplace is a non-believer, because that is actually central to his political and social thinking as a royalist. So those are some of the stakes.
Thank you. Really interesting discussion. Was Jean Benelou an outlier within Jesuit ecclesiology, political theology?
Who said?
Jean Benelou.
Oh, yeah.
On the prayers political problem, would it be different than David Bach and these others?
Yes, so he comes into the book only after the war, because he came to the Jesuits a bit later. He's a fascinating figure because he really straddled like the secular intellectual milieu and the Catholic one, because he had done this degree at the Sorbonne before, so he had all these like relationships with secular intellectuals as well. He has a really interesting debate with the writer Georges Bataille that I talk about. So both he and Fissel are really central, I think, for engaging with secular thought in this period. Fissel was very, very close to Alexandre Rouget, for example. He developed a kind of Catholic Hegelianism in dialogue with people like that. So Daniel was really central, I think, for engagement with existentialism, with kind of secular French philosophy. He's less involved, he's not really involved in the resistance, so he's not really in those chapters, but he basically kind of joins in, I would say, to the Dewey Bach-Fissel circle after the war around these debates about communism, about also history. So I talk a lot about the views of time. He has this wonderful book on the problem of history. He's very involved with this journal that I look at called Dieu Vivant, which was a super interesting publication that brought together some of these like secular philosophers, Russian Orthodox emigres from communism. Really, really interesting publication that really advanced this kind of eschatological view of time. Louis Massignon also involved in that, who's a really important thinker for Catholic-Islamic dialogue. So those are the main ways, and then of course at Vatican II, he's very, very influential. So I would put him on the side of eschatology in this dynamic.
I took a modern theology class at around the same time as I was exploring both Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and we read a fair bit of de Lubac, and there hasn't been a sentence of de Lubac that I come up. And having read Corpus Mysticum, Quest of Surnaturel in Augustinianism in modern theology. What I see him and the Nouvelle theologians articulating sat so well, and yet when I went to Catholic Mass or dialogued with Catholics that I was friends with, I didn't see very much continuity. I'm sort of just speaking in very Gestalt terms, and sort of the spirit of these poignant passage where he laments the East-West schism. So I'm wondering whether, whether is not, it's present, it's two present tense, but where did ressourcement go? And where did the sort of desire for East-West rapprochement end up?
Yeah. No, I think it's still alive today, actually. I do think there are Orthodox theologians that are still talking about that rapprochement. And certainly at Vatican II, those discussions around ecumenism and having to do with Orthodoxy in particular, he was super important for those, and especially his Eucharistic theology, his Eucharistic ecclesiology, the idea that the Eucharist makes the church. Right? That is a thing where he and some of the Orthodox theologians really can join hands. And also, I think that part of it comes down to his reliance on especially the Greek fathers of the tradition. So that's, I think, part of where that's coming from, and then also the influence of these Russians who are really there. I mean, there's so many of these huge, like Bergiaev, Bulgakov, Milosky, all these people are living around Paris, and so there is an incredible kind of incredibly fertile set of discussions emerging from that. Yes, so I think he was super influential for those discussions, and I know contemporary Orthodox theologians who are still kind of engaging with his thinking.
Thank you very much for another one. It's getting to be the end of the day, and so as not to sort of take the wind out of our sails too much, why don't we take a 15-minute break before we have a final roundtable conversation with our three speakers of today. So we'll reconvene at 3:45, and otherwise we should have some more refreshments over here.
It's on
Friends, if we can reconvene and retake our
Order!
That would be wonderful. Thank you. I would be, let's see here. I would be remiss if I did not take this as an opportunity to thank my colleagues for making the past couple of days run so smoothly. Matthew Rose, Nate Imes, and our friend Isabel, thank you so very much. And if I can be permitted to offer a sort of an anecdote, a couple of weeks ago I was chatting with a friend and I mentioned to him this upcoming conference. And my friend said, well, do you know the story about Judge Bork and Irving Kristol? And I said, I don't know that story. Do tell. And he said, well, in 1991, Judge Robert Bork, who had undergone his own contentious federal, I guess it was probably Supreme Court confirmation hearing earlier, and as you can tell by the name Judge Bork, that was not a successful confirmation hearing, was watching future Justice Clarence Thomas's Senate confirmation hearings on TV at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C. And those of you who were alive at that time and more than 6 years old, which is what I was then, blissfully unaware of all this, will remember that those were contentious, shall we say. And so Irving Kristol, the noted journalist, public intellectual, comes in and asks Bork what he's watching, and Bork replies mordantly, "The end of civilization." And Kristol says, oh, well, of course it is, but it'll take a long time. Meanwhile, it's still possible to live well. I had never heard of that exchange when we kind of came up with this title. But I think it captures well a couple of things that we've been discussing over the past few days. So first, I think there's a sense in which Judge Bork was correct. In the early 90s, there were political decisions made that have resulted in America becoming more divided. American political processes that were once, if not pro forma, then more peaceably conducted, becoming more contested and more partisan. And so there's a way in which moments, like in the past few decades, judicial confirmation hearings have come to mark the end of a world that previously existed. But there's, I think, a deeper sense in which Irving Kristol was right. There's been ample room for many to live well, despite deep social changes that our society has undergone. And whether or not you subscribe to Judge Bork and Justice Thomas's philosophy of constitutional interpretation, there's no denying that in the decades since 1991, it underwent kind of a renaissance and is now much more widely taught in law schools, much more widely held on the federal judiciary and at the Supreme Court. And so there's a way in which, when worlds end, as traumatic as that can be, there are sort of unexpected possibilities for rebirth. And I think that's something that a number of our authors today, a number of our speakers today, sorry, been a long 2 days, spoke about. Maybe the vicissitudes of history, things that have sort of unexpected consequences that we didn't anticipate. As I was reflecting earlier on themes across your talks, trying to synthesize ways of living well at the end of a world, it struck me that there were two. One was a return to original sources of deep beauty, of deep important truths, make for a much more successful engagement with your times than a simple kind of siding with one particular party or movement. And they also allow for sort of building new possibilities that had not previously been conceived. Something like Petrarch, something like Derrida. And it struck me another kind of common thread across your remarks was a focus on, perhaps you could say, the less glorious, but more deeply important activity of moral reform before sort of grand political movements or grand political conquest. And this sort of ties back into some of the things we discussed yesterday, the importance of shaping the moral imagination, both the moral side of that, shaping individual character, shaping thereby hopefully the character of people who are influenced, perhaps in the case of the Renaissance, by the elites you hope to shape. But then also the imagination, shaping people's sense of what's not only good and possible now, but what could be possible in the future, and what are avenues that may not seem, that couldn't have been imagined before. So I wanted to maybe put those on the table to see if you have any further remarks about them, and then anything else you'd like to add at this point, and then we'll throw it open for one final round of questions. And again, if you have any questions that you have not yet been able to get out, now is your time. Any further remarks from you to begin with?
Well, I suppose just to pick up your point about the obscurest side and the less obviously glorious side of preparing oneself for action, and just the importance of learning and conveying the dignity of perseverance in a noble purpose, even when one can't quite see where it is going. That, as any religious will know, part of the discernment of a religious vocation is actually very simple. It's letting somebody in and see whether they can stick it. just the ordinariness of it. The constitutions of my own order, which say in the first paragraph that it's a religious institute entirely directed towards contemplation, which sounds very sublime, says in the next paragraph it's a life which is obscure, laborious, and ordinary. But I think that the dignity of perseverance and in the striving for the formation of the good, first in oneself and then around oneself, is a point which is really worth making now.
I'd like to say that I think we all are feeling disoriented, but we maybe should be grateful for living in a time of such rapid change. There's a way in which we can only live well in difficult times. That if we have easy times, we become lax, and we don't seek a higher purpose at all. And I also, as a historian, and I'm sure Sarah feels the same way as you deal with the period of World War I, World War II. We don't have it that bad, I'm sorry. But there have been other times in history where people have had serious suffering. What we have is a kind of sense of danger that our culture is being lost, and anger maybe, and despair we have to fight against, but we're not, most of us, yet in physical danger. But so I do think that we're living in exciting times, and we have a chance to maybe do more than people in ordinary times have.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great way, I think, of drawing together the three talks. Another thing that occurred to me as a common denominator was the reflection on, or the centrality of the human, right, and reflections on the self and the formation of the self as a kind of central activity or response to these moments of crisis. I think that was sort of a common thread as well. And yeah, to go back to your point about thinking differently about the future, I think that's a great point, and it strikes me that critique, is sometimes seen as something that's purely negative, about tearing down, but I do think you can think about critique in these more positive terms as something that tears down in order to think differently, right? To see new possibilities, and that's just as important, I think. And that's something that's enabled by this action of critique. So I think it is incumbent in these moments of transition to really revisit our assumptions, to think carefully, and to be self-reflexive too, to think about the ways in which our own institutions or our own lives have, we maybe haven't lived up to the principles that we subscribe to. I think that was something that W. Bach and his friends were very attuned to, and I think that's got to be a key component of responding to these crises.
Wonderful, thanks very much. Questions from the audience?
Thank you all for your talks this afternoon. I wanted to ask about this idea of elitism or the aristocracy. I've seen this both growing up homeschooled. It's this idea of trying to withdraw from the world as a form of protection. And then I saw this in trad Catholicism, which does similar thing for different reasons, which is withdrawing from the world. And then I've seen this in a completely unexpected and different way being here at Columbia, where there's this thread of elitism that I've found among conservatives and even religious conservatives at these elite institutions, where the sentiment is well, we're going to be the educated ones. We know what's up. We know what's going on. But in the rest of society, they're either too ignorant or they simply don't have the resources, but we'll get into politics and we'll try to fix the country or make things better on our own. And it struck me that this is somewhat at odds with, I think, our mission to sanctity or to holiness in this world. But I don't know if, I'm interested to hear what your guys' thoughts are on whether or not this elitism, whatever form it may take, is something that you think is antithetical to the faith, or whether or not it's an important, whether or not that's like just a essential like byproduct of intellectual spheres.
It's an interesting point, and one that we are all concerned with in one way or another. One difference I will point out between the classical tradition and the Christian tradition is that the classical tradition was very comfortable with elites thinking differently from the common people. It was assumed that the common people would have a wildly different, would have a much more, they would use the word vulgar, apprehension of religion. And one thing that the Christian religion has always insisted on is that everyone has to believe the same thing. And we struggle with creeds, and we don't like theological debates, but I think that's an important point. You might understand a doctrine more deeply than someone else because you've meditated on it, thought about it, you're older, or you have had better instruction, but we're believing the same thing. And I think that's actually important. It's something you find in the Confucian tradition as well. In the Tang Dynasty, Taizong, the Emperor Taizong wrote a text that was written for him about governance, and he says it's called The Essentials of Governance. And there's a translation of this that I'm reading, and published by Cambridge, and he makes a great point of how the elite, that is to say the ministers, the mandarins as we call them today, they have to be able to they have to share the point of view of the people. But they can't. They may be more educated. They may know more about the Confucian tradition, be able to write elegant script and write essays and pass exams, but they have to think with the mind of the people if they're going to govern them. And I think that's a very valuable way of thinking about things, and I think that is something that we have a real problem with, because the elites in our country have often contempt for what ordinary people believe, especially in matters of religion. And that I think the fact that American elites tend to be irreligious is one of the great challenges that we have as a nation, that there's this huge gap. I don't know if I'm trying to think of the name of Charles Murray's book, where he describes coming apart, right, and how culturally different the elites are from non-elites. That is something that is something that's really, I think, appeared in the last 25 years of my lifetime. And it's something that I wish I would have some more perspicacious person than myself to explain this and to suggest ideas about how it could be overcome. But I think, anyway, it's a terrible thing for our society when we have these vast gulfs between elite behavior and belief and non-elite behavior and belief.
I'd like to pick up perhaps briefly that notion of aristocracy, because in a way a Christian perspective undermines, or if you like, subverts that, because it depends on what constitutes the idea of the aristos, what is superior. And in a Christian narrative, that is ultimately Christ-likeness. A Christian view of the aristocracy is the communion of saints. And there we find, and it's an aristocracy which rules not by decree but by force of example. And I think one of the things we can usually do in a Christian perspective is to remind ourselves of the wealth of variety there. I think of just one example, very, very briefly. I've been privileged to visit a community in France, a Carmelite community set up about 30 years ago for young women with Down syndrome. The superior there told me of taking one of the sisters to the doctors, and they were sitting in the waiting room, and there was a woman there who was waiting. She was anxious before her appointment, and she was having a fit in the waiting room, and she started screaming, and everyone withdrew into their chairs or into their newspapers, with one exception. This young Carmelite sister with Downs, who forthrightly stood up, went up to the woman, looked her in the eyes and said, "Madame, vous êtes belle. Madam, you are lovely." At which point, total peace restored. That is an aristocratic ideal in a Christian reception, which I think we must cultivate and remind other people of.
Oh, I'll just piggyback on what Professor Hankins said there, that I think there is a really grave problem of elitism in this country, and specifically with regards to universities, as you've suggested. And I think, I mean, a big part of the problem is that, well, universities have become very politicized, and that people outside the university look at especially these elite institutions and think, you know, this is so far from my life, and what are these institutions doing for me? And they have all this money, and, you know, the tuition is what it is. And so I think universities need to do a better job of giving an account of what they do for society. I don't think we've done a good enough job of that. So I think we need to really insist on what the value of the university is, not just for replicating elites, right, but for all of society. And we need to do some soul searching about what that mission is.
I might just add that if you're a student at an elite university and you see yourself as swimming against the mainstream, as perhaps the elite within the elite, you still are going to face the vices of the elite culture that you're a part of. You're not as removed from the tide you're swimming against as you think you are. And if you want to effect the kind of change that you're proposing, if you want to claim the mantle that you think is due to you, you might consider a question like, am I preparing to live a moral life of compelling humility and joy that would actually make someone want me to lead them? And if the answer to that question is no, you might think about starting to do that. Other questions?
I have two short questions. The first for the four panelists, related with our so beloved Statue of Liberty in the Hudson Bay. So I take her as an image of what's America. What can we do with Lady Liberty? Because it seems that at this point we have different proposals. So the first is, okay, Lady Liberty is a wonderful statue. She needs only to be repaired. And so there are some thinkers saying this way, for example, our friend George Wyman. But we can say, oh, but Lady Liberty needs to kneel in front of Jesus Christ. And so we know, so Wallstein Jr. or Scott Hahn. So, or we can say, better to demolish her. It's enough. She has been a Troy horse. Troy horse?
Trojan horse.
And so for this country and for the whole world. Or we can say better to ignore her, as in a prophetic way King's North has said. And so it's about our roots. And so what can we do with Lady Liberty? This is the first question. And the second question is for Bishop Barden, because I know that you love so much movies. And I am sure that you have seen Dunkirk.
Nope.
Christopher Nolan, so I can't ask you.
Go first.
I have no idea what's being asked.
Lady Liberty.
What about it? I don't know what the question is.
If I can offer an outsider's perspective, sort of in principle, I think the crucial question, and I think there was talk earlier about being a Socratic gadfly, and I think that's what a Catholic questioning can sometimes be, is to keep persistently asking what is freedom and what is servitude. And on that basis we can position ourselves and evaluate their symbolic emblems. But I think that is the crucial question to ask, and it has tremendous pertinence, I think, throughout the Western world at this moment.
Less of a question, maybe, than a provocation. I know that'll surprise Nathaniel. My proposal is that the current political turmoil, let's call it populism, is a rebellion against the end of a world. And I would put it more precisely that populism seeks the restoration of liberal modernity, which a globalist ideology has worked to put behind us. So that's the kind of proposition. If you go down the list, you could say nationalism, a signal characteristic of liberal modernity, a uneasy perhaps, but genuine peace between labor and capital, that's another feature of liberal modernity, a public-private distinction, which was so much undermined by political correctness, that's a feature of liberal modernity, a strong pre-political moral and political consensus to unite a political system, that's another element of liberal modernity. So we're in a kind of paradoxical situation where the ruling class is very eager to bring a world to an end. And the actual residents of the West, the citizens of the West, are not, they don't want that world to end. And then I would make a second observation that, and this is for Catholics, that it's interesting, during the Spanish Civil War, there were many in Rome who thought it was really an obligation of faith to support the nationalist Franco and the nationalist cause. And people like Jacques Maritain very much resented this, not because they were in favor of the communists or the Republicans, but rather that it was important to recognize that on the Republican side there were legitimate moral and political concerns. Just as the case, I make the observation that in the present ecclesiastical context, it is treated as a status confessionis issue to resist the populists and support Brussels. So you have this situation where I guess the continuity is that in both cases, the Vatican wants to support the status quo vis-a-vis these challengers. But anyway, I go back. Maybe populism is an effort to prevent the end of a world.
I just want to say something on that first part. I entirely agree with what you're saying. But what Nathaniel was saying at the beginning is that we are seeking deeper sources to reform our society. So we have
We have the elites that want to destroy the existing world and create some new one of their imagination. We have the populists who want to go back to the immediate past. And then we have persons like ourselves who want to do ressourcement, go back to deep sources, because we recognize, and I think that the recent past, the status quo ante, is the cause of the current state. So we have to go deeper if we want to restore that. But the difficulty then is how to make a political alliance that would bring that about. I've had an idea for some time that Christianity has long been the glue, the social glue of the Western world, and America in particular, even more in America, and that's apparently fallen apart in recent times. The numbers have gone way down. The number of nuns has increased dramatically, although that might be reversing itself just in the last year or two. So there has to be some other way to produce some kind of social common meanings and purposes and narratives and sense of where we're going and what we believe as a country. But it's, and the elites have been teaching diversity for the last 35 years or so, meaning try to be more different or accept difference, and we need unity. So one reason I'm excited about the classical tradition and the revival of classical education is it seeks to create some kind of common ground that's not specifically religious, but is compatible with religion. And this reminds me of the era of the religious warfare in 17th century France, where Justus Lipsius and other thinkers of early 17th century proposed they could use the classical world as a source of civil wisdom that could unite and provide a common language for all the warring religions. And it strikes me that that's a possibility. It's somewhere between having a common religion, a confessional state, which I don't frankly want to see a return to a confessional state. I think pluralism is where we're at, and we're not going to recede from that without a great deal of pain and violence. We have to accept pluralism, but we don't have to accept disintegration. And the way to prevent pluralism from turning into disintegration is to have some kind of common civic wisdom, civic education. So that's my response. And the other questions you had, I will leave to others to respond to. But thank you, Wesley. I thought it was a very profound remark, as always.
I might just add on to that one of the things that's helpful about the classical tradition as you propose it, and maybe you could, in this sense, extend that beyond just the time of the classical tradition into, many of the great works that make their way onto Columbia's core curriculum and the core curricula of other universities, is that those don't, if you look at them very narrowly, they belong to very few people, and that's precisely why you shouldn't consider them in those terms. They should really be presented as a heritage that belongs to us all. I think many times if people look at the Columbia core curriculum, for example, in a kind of narrow identitarian lens, they say, I'm not represented there. Where am I? And I think the answer is, well, if we could apply that most broadly, where are any of us in the Iliad, right? None of us are Bronze Age Greek men concerned with honor in that sense, right? Does that mean that the Iliad doesn't belong to us? No, I don't think so. So this, I think, being able to present the classical tradition as something that is really widespread and shared, and
belongs to us all, can allow for that to happen.
Oh, I would push back slightly on your initial typology there, just because I'm not sure that, so the idea is the populists want to go back to liberal modernity. Is that the idea? Because I'm not sure I would allow that globalism is external to liberal modernity. Like, I think those are both part of liberal modernity and they're different parts of it. So there's a book that I really enjoy, though it's problematic in some ways, by Pankaj Mishra called The Age of Anger, which does a really interesting job of kind of taking our current moment and trying to kind of move backwards, especially into the intellectual tradition, and find precursors for what's going on, especially since 2016. And this is all very kind of schematic, but it is really interesting. He finds within the tradition kind of both of these strands, represented, for example, by Voltaire versus Rousseau, right? So Voltaire is the cosmopolitan, Rousseau is the kind of, he almost frames him as like a proto-incel, I would say, but, yeah, he comes in for a lot of criticism. But so he finds these kind of earlier figures within the intellectual tradition, like Rousseau, Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, like that can be figures that help us understand, I think, our current moment and the ressentiment that many people feel towards a kind of liberal modernity that they feel has left them behind or that they never had access to. And that, I think, is really useful, especially, I think, Bishop Barton, were you quoting someone from the late 19th century in your talk? I seem to recall. I think there are some continuities between the late 19th century and our own moment, and this idea of being in the fin de siècle, at the decadence of European civilization. So sometimes it can be useful to kind of look back to these earlier moments and think, well, maybe this isn't actually so new, and maybe the kind of roots of this crisis are actually much deeper and internal to the tradition itself.
I'll just offer a banal footnote, a sort of European perspective on populism, insofar as I understand it, insofar as one can generalize it, but it seems to be less a matter of an attachment to a world perceived to be passing as just a fairly desperate response to the sense of the erosion or the unraveling of any meaningful sense of corporate identity. And I think one of the great tasks for now, and a Christian task, a Catholic task, is to articulate a responsible ideal and model of what it is to be a people. And there we do actually have a tremendous biblical paradigm, which we rehearse right now through Lent, that process whereby not only the descendants of Jacob coming out of Egypt, but also the crowd that was waiting for them on the way out, which in Jerome's Vulgate is described as a vulgus promiscuum innumerabile. So a vulgar crowd wanting to be part of this. And the Exodus narrative is how this totally unlikely crowd is formed into a people. I'm not saying that is imitable as a political agenda, but I think it is important to offer a biblical and a Christian perspective on what it is to be a people and what it is to be a nation.
Thanks to all of you for your talks today. So I wanted to just kind of follow up on this idea of ressourcement and the classical tradition, which I'm very much in favor of. I've spent a good deal of my life really trying to bring this classical tradition to a larger group of people. However, in my humble opinion, it's been made difficult in that there doesn't seem to be much interest in having any more expansive approach to even a very moderate, kind of reading and dialogue with other cultures, so on. So for instance, Dr. Hankins, you mentioned the classic learning test and the author bank. So I oversaw our work as the president of the board of academic advisors of the CLT for doing a very modest, integration of a few more authors. We tried to we weren't even only thinking in terms of, female authors or authors outside of Europe, but we were also thinking in terms of time period, because we found that we were overly heavy on the modern period, and strangely. And so really need to go back and look at more ancient and medieval authors. So we were really thinking kind of holistically. And yet, we got accusations of going woke. And these are the kinds of things that I have found over and over again, in the work that I do. I'm very, very conscious. I speak to a lot of people, and I speak to parents, many parents of color who love classical education. But they do humbly ask, could there be just a couple more authors of color? Like they're not asking to take over the entire core or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I've spoken very much about the idea that there's already diversity in the tradition. So it's not like you've got to go looking for it and digging under stones for it. It's already there at the Mediterranean crossroads, in antiquity, in the medieval period, in modernity. So I guess my question is, if we really think this is important, and I don't assume everyone thinks, that this kind of ressourcement and the classical education is important, but if we do think it's important, is it important that more than the kinds of folks in this room get that kind of education, or is it sufficient for the elite to get it? Or is it also important for others outside of these circles to get it?
Well, I'm with you there. I was speaking to I went to one of these conferences on classical education, and I was speaking to a woman who is from San Francisco, and she has a Chinese classical school, and she wanted to have some way of relating the classical tradition to her Chinese students. And I tried to come up with a curriculum for her which would give parallel cases in Chinese culture with Western culture. But I agree but the thing to me that's important is not, I think we're a little bit too text-driven. One of the things I really love about the Renaissance is they were more task-driven, in the sense that they had a common project. And the common project was the sense that something has been lost that we don't have anymore. And it's very basic things. We don't know how to draw or paint anymore the way the ancients did. We don't know how to sculpt very well. We've lost we can sculpt an image for a church, but we don't understand why the Greek sculptures are so much more lively and powerful. We don't understand how the ancients built their buildings. We want to find that out, because they really believe that the ancients were on a morally higher plane than their contemporaries. And they wanted to find out the secrets of how the ancient world became virtuous. So I think there was a great deal of competition in these societies especially in artist communities in places like Florence or Venice or Rome, where the artists are competing with each other. But it's a generosa emulatio. It's a noble rivalry. They are focused on a task. Who can bring back antiquity? Who can, in the 16th century, who can overtop antiquity? Who can beat antiquity? And Michelangelo was praised because he was better than the ancients. And so they had these tasks before them of excellence, of virtue, as we'd say, but also merit. Virtue is the capacity for something, and merit is the actual achievement. And this is what really attracts me about the atmosphere of the Renaissance, a sense of common purpose, common tasks, a cooperation, noble rivalry in achieving cultural renewal. That's what they wanted. They wanted to have the civilization that the ancients had, get back to that point. And then ultimately, of course, they want to go beyond that point. But I think in our attempt to teach what we call classical things, we should be a little bit more directed towards the goal. What kind of people do we want to make? What type of skills do we want them to have? And not so much focused on mastery of some set of texts.
Thank you. As we come to the end of these two very rich days, I think about not only all the profound themes we've discussed, but maybe a few of them that have been a little bit less pronounced in our discussion. And one of them is the place of friendship in living well at the end of the world. I guess I'm interested in some reflections on that, maybe as some points of departure. Professor Shorthall, I very much like the part of your book where you showed how what these Jesuits accomplished was not only a communal undertaking, but really rooted in these friendships that they formed while in formation. I'm thinking also, Bishop Varden, of your comment about how Anthony of Egypt was a great friend, even though sometimes he didn't see his friends for 20 years. So I'm just interested in what is the role of friendship for living well at the end of the world?
Thank you for that. Yes, that is something I didn't get to talk about today, but is an important part of the story of these Jesuits at Jersey is that they were friends and they were very, very close. And I think sometimes intellectual historians sort of downplay the importance of those kinds of affective relationships and the role that they play in supporting the development of ideas, especially for these figures who felt sort of embattled within the church and a bit alienated from their superiors. This was really important to have this community of like-minded people who could support them. And I think we can't underestimate that affective dimension, especially because, of course, they were becoming priests, so they don't have families, right? I mean, they're not married. So I think those relationships are so, so important. And anyone who's in college or in grad school, I think maybe has had a similar experience. I think of the role of friendship in forming your intellectual trajectory and perspective. So I do think those sorts of affective bonds are really important, especially in the context of the discussion of technology that we had yesterday, where the thing that drops out in those conversations is that affective face-to-face relationship, and that seems to be a big part of the toxicity of online discourse, is that there is no kind of a substratum of affective communication. So I don't know how we recover that in an online space, but it does seem important in our highly polarized moment to be able to see other people as people and to be able to sort of engage with them at a basic level before we get to the intellectual disagreements.
I'd also like to thank you for bringing up that theme. Just a couple of sort of references that come to mind. For the Cistercian movement, friendship is structural. And it's theorized in the great treatise by St. Gelio Rodrigo on spiritual friendship, which is a sort of Christian rewriting of Cicero's dialogue. But it's also in the structure of the order. One of the things the Cistercians did, or the third abbot of Cito, Stephen Harding, which ensured the fecundity of the order and the coherence of its growth, was the institution of the annual general chapter, an institution that we now take for granted in all sorts of settings. And that was so that the abbots could exhort and correct one another, fine, but it was primarily so that they would get to know one another and precisely form friendships. And when you read the letters of the Cistercians of the first 2 or 3 generations, you can see how Europe-wide those bonds of friendships were the framework, really, along which creativity flowed and enterprise and collaboration, etc. Another example, if I may, which has interested me for a long time, I was long studying 17th century French things, and something which is very interesting in the great sort of mystical reflourishing of the French church in the 17th century, going from a state of great decadence, really, mid-16th century, to becoming this great factory of saints and mystics and charitable enterprise, was the interaction over a period of about 20-25 years of a group of friends that was extraordinarily representative. It was lay and clerical, episcopal and priestly, there were women and men, who inspired one another, helped one another practically. And without that group, great enterprises like the introduction of the discalced camel to France wouldn't have happened. The French origin would have taken a different form and everything that sprang from that, etc. And I find it very interesting that such an engine of reforming energy and joyful energy, to pick up that point, should not have been a carefully designed, hierarchically imposed, structural factory, but an orientation of like minds and like aspirations resulting in positive and even blessed agency.
Yes, and that's what happiness is, after all, is joyful accomplishment with others. And about the love issue, I think the friendship issue, which I consider an issue of love as well, that's the basis of all of our common enterprises. And friendship is the finest kind of friendship is love of the same things and the sharing of things that we love. And I think this is what I admire about the classical school movement. I've met so many teachers in it. And what drives them in many cases is they love the stuff they're teaching. And they don't want to see the next generation without those things. They, and their parents have the same idea. We had an education. We developed a love for our civilization, a love for our art and our music, and we learned all that in school. And we don't want to see our children growing up without that. So that's really at the heart and soul of this movement, which I think is so important for the renewal of the United States right now and outside the United States, because the classical school movement is an international movement now.
Thank you all for a very thoughtful panel. I have a two-step question. How about interfaith and intrafaith to enhance all these issues? Interfaith with Muslims, Jews, the nuns, etc. Intrafaith between the Protestants, the Catholics, the Orthodox, how to make a community of all the issues that we're discussing it with all humane people who are interested in bringing society to a better place, regardless of exactly where they stand religiously. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a question, and thank you for it, that really follows up on from the last one. And I do think, both from conviction and from personal experience, that friendship is the key there. Getting to know one another, growing in trust, pursuing dialogue, conversation. It is, but I think in terms of my own experience of ecumenical dialogue, I'm afraid I've largely lost confidence a bit in institutional initiatives. I have great confidence in spontaneous conversations and friendship. So I think training oneself in a capacity for friendship is the best and the surest way of pursuing such relationships in a way which is fruitful for also beyond the reach of that particular conversation.
Hi, thank you all for your amazing conversation thus far. One question that I have from what I've heard from, I think, all of you so far is there's been talk of avoiding disintegration, but there's also been talk of those moments in which you need to sort of tear down to build back up. And I think one question that I have is, when do we, or I guess what's the best approach to building back up when you have to keep in mind that there are reasons that those critiques and that tearing down existed? It seems that in those moments, it's an opportunity not just to build back by going back to the roots, but also to shed off what is unsustainable. But then you have the opportunity then to go too far and allow just disintegration to take over. So as much as we have an opportunity from the past to look at it with gratitude and understanding, how do we best avoid casting off too much and also casting off what's necessary?
It's a very difficult question. I don't think there's any one-size-fits-all answer to that. There's a process of discernment that has to happen as to what are the things that need to stay the same and what are the things that can and maybe need to change. And I think that's the kind of process that you see happening in Vatican II, for example, and in many other cases, and it doesn't always happen perfectly, and sometimes when you remove something, it totally destabilizes everything, and as in the case of the French Revolution, and then it takes on a life of its own that's very difficult to control. So I don't think there's any way, this is not a very satisfying answer, but I don't think there's any way to sort of control for that in advance, because you know, history is such a contingent process that it's sort of hard to constrain its operations in advance. So I know that's not very satisfying, but maybe, you know, having some institutional parameter, like the church, in the case of Vatican II, provides for a kind of structure that can keep things in place, but beyond that, it is difficult to know beyond just, you know, it requires discernment, deliberation to know, to parse, you know, what are the things that we need to keep and what are the things that can change.
I agree with Sarah, there isn't really a hard and fast answer to this, but I think the important thing is to have a clear standard by which choices are made, and then preparedness to review those choices if they don't work. One example, Cistercian movement, 12th century, authenticity, return to the sources, etc. They wanted to implement that in all sorts of different ways, including their way of singing. So they wanted to leave all the corrupt manuscripts and find the best manuscript source. And by all the learned articles they'd read, that was to be found in Metz. So they went to Metz, got some manuscript from there, made new books, distributed them to all the houses, and then found that the stuff was entirely unsingable and not very nice. And I think that's quite admirable, that after a few years of doing that, rather than saying, damn it, we made this decision and we made it together and we're going to stick with it because we made it on the best evidence, they said, this doesn't work. And so they rewrote their repertoire.
So again, thank you guys, thank you all very much. I'm wondering, as I think about all of your talks, trying to put them together, there's a lot of historical emphasis among all of you, which is wonderful. So I'm trying to think of kind of transposing all of your talks into the key of a kind of post-Christian now. In other words, it seems like we're especially if we look back historically, we see different states of philosophies of nature, understandings of nature, then understandings of grace. And we do seem now to be at a particular point of both a unique denial of both nature and grace. And just as an example, I was teaching some permanent deacons, men studying to be permanent deacons, and trying to explain, well, it's the categories of the incarnation, and one of the just good earthy Jersey guys, he's like, this makes no sense. Like, this is not going to make any sense to anybody I'm talking to. And so and with the students you encounter as well, it's like the intellectual world now is really, it is historically different. So I wonder if and even from the time of de Lubac, you know, it's like we've gone advanced and just look at the practice of religion, the growth of atheism, and so I firmly believe that the solution to, you know, how do you live well at the end of the world is the answer is Jesus Christ. But how do we transpose? So we have to transpose this into the key of now. So I guess that would be the short questions. Can you transpose your talks like into the from its historical context? Like how does that transpose now? Even the experience of Anthony of Egypt. You know, how does that translate to the modern? I loved your vignette from these French Jesuits meeting the guys in the trenches. You know, the trenches are deep now, and so how do we transpose this to the trenches?
This is a problem that the Christian Church has had for a long time. In the early years, they were desperately trying to remember what had happened and write it down and make sure they didn't lose anything from the message, and how to preserve the truth of Christ. Right? They wrote creeds, and they had canons, and they tried to decide what was canonical and what was non-canonical, and they had. But at a certain point, they encountered a new world. They encountered a world with Platonists in it and Stoics in the case of the Romans. And they had to transpose their message into a form that people would understand and be able to in their own terms. And so they discovered the development of doctrine, which doesn't mean that the doctrine changes, but that we become more deeply conscious of what that doctrine is. As I think is Gregory of Nyssa, maybe the first person to really formalize this, that we have to, that we in order to solve new problems, and he was particularly thinking of the nature of Christ, that we have to come to a deeper consciousness of the truth that we already have. So the truths that we have need to be understood at a deeper and different way, but undiminished in their essence. As the Neoplatonists would say.
I totally agree with what was just said. I also think we need to have a certain degree of confidence in what is timeless. And I think perhaps not be too seduced by the conviction of the utter exceptionalism of our own times. And church history suggests that what causes renewal and excitement and enthusiasm and the generation of friendship and joyful energy and enterprise and all that, excuse me, is precisely the application in the here and now of those timeless things. And one of the reasons I chose to refer to the life of Antony earlier on is that you find that text used as a source. Well, I mean, it's there in the fourth, we see it in, I refer to Augustine's Confessions, and you see it at pretty much every decisive stage of monastic renewal. People read that text and say, wow, we can actually do this. Which isn't to say that we should go and establish a pattern of life identical to Origen's or in the same place, but that there is an expression there of the timeless logos embodied in a human ideal and in a human person that is imitable. So I think, to have that confidence in the timeless and to let to really take seriously that notion of the logos, by whom and for whom and in whom all things were made, speaking to us through God's word and speaking to us to the church, and therefore having little chance really of being out of date.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is in continuity or in contrast with what you just said, but I think being a little bit less defensive can be a helpful stance if I'm learning from de Lubac and co. and their experience, that there can be a sort of a knee-jerk pulling back sometimes that can be dangerous, and a kind of unwillingness to engage. And I think that was the message of the trenches for them, was that there was a need to go out into the world, to meet people where they are, to understand where they're coming from. And the other thing Fissac says in that same passage is that, oh, we understood that these people, even though they were non-believers, they were courageous, they were good people, and a lot of them have similar things to say, for example, when they're working in the resistance alongside communists. They're like, oh my gosh, these people are not, animals. They're ultimately good people. And so I think there has to be a kind of openness and a willingness to encounter others where they are and to be changed by them in some way, right? To not assume that one has all the answers already. But to be willing to be changed by the people one encounters. I'm not saying that you have to take on board all their ideas or anything, but that encounter has to be kind of mutual and reciprocal, I think.
Thank you very much for these 2 wonderful days of discussion. I would like to ask, this living well at the end of the world, how do we introduce here the challenges for the family? We have heard about Jesuits and St. Benedict and Anthony and Petrarch, but how do we live well as a family? Or each one of us come from a family, live in a family, and what will be the answer? What is the family that is the basic cell of society and is struggling today? We heard yesterday about technology, destroying the family, about no babies, right? The decline, the demographic decline, and also the wounds in the history of the family or of our country. So what is the role of the family and how the family is affected by this challenge of living well at the end of a world? And maybe because the family is the beginning of life, the beginning of a baby that is always a new beginning in the world. Maybe, rethinking the title, maybe we need to live well at the beginning of a world, right? So because the end is always the beginning. So just that question about the family and how do you see the challenges and the opportunities for it?
I think when we speak about the family in a Christian perspective, we're caught in a sort of dialectic, because on the one hand there is there's the original prelapsarian commandment to go out and be fruitful. There is the whole nuptial dynamic that runs or is developed through Scripture. There is the sanctity of the union of man and wife, and the delightfulness of the ideal of the united family. So that presents a sort of an imperative and an ideal. And at the same time, there are those perplexing commandments which we can't just sort of censor out, saying whoever doesn't hate his mother and father and doesn't then leave your father's house, and the apostles being called away from their families, and that invitation always to reread our effective and necessary, respectful, filial, pious commitments in an eschatological light. So I think I pick up that word from Sarah's talk earlier on. I think what is probably helpful in a time like this is to always foster a grateful perspective on the family, which is at the same time eschatological.
Thank you all so much for your talks today. So Newman, in his essay on the mission of St. Benedict, identified 3 movements throughout the church. You have the Benedictine, Dominican, and the Jesuit. He assigned the poetic to the Benedictines, the scientific to the Dominicans, and then the practical to the Jesuits. So throughout your different talks, some of you have mentioned both the Benedictines and the Jesuits and the Dominicans. So I was just wondering, to live well at the end of the world, how do these 3 come together? Is there going to be a 4th that enters into the picture? Of course, some are mentioned in those limited 3, but how do those 3 different movements in the life of the church interact to build on one another to allow us to flourish? Thank you.
Well, we really shouldn't leave out the Franciscans. I'm sorry, who are the order that helps the urban world to understand what wealth is. And historically speaking, the 13th century, that interacts with the merchant class and teaches it what the values are. I'm not sure how to answer this question, but not being a member of a religious order, maybe we should let the members.
No, I think you're better placed.
Okay. not
yes,
having
exactly.
Fundamental. No. Well, obviously the church has created these orders over time, and of course authorized them. I think they're usually coming, as we say today, from the ground up. That they're and they have served different purposes over the years. The early orders were fleeing from the world, yet never quite fleeing from the world, because they were at the edge of the ecumene, and people would come out, and they were acting as examples of holiness and praying for the world. But the pattern in the history of religious orders in the church overall is for the churches to become, for the orders become more and more involved in the world. So we start with the Benedictines, who have a tremendous sense of real estate, I have to say. They always choose the most beautiful places in the world to build there. I spent many years working at Monte Cassino with my wife, who's a great expert on Beneventan scripts, so I have a high appreciation for Monte Cassino. But there are many beautiful Benedictine monasteries. But over time, the church moved more into the urban world in particular. They tried to create orders that there were cathedral orders of cathedral clergy. There were the Cistercians, the Benedictines kept reforming themselves over and over again whenever they had their problems. So Cluny reformed the captured Benedictines in Germany, and Cistercians reformed the Benedictines. And the Trappists, I guess, reformed the Cistercians.
Supposed to be.
So, but then in the 13th century, the church decided that the world of the urban laity needed to be reformed. So there was a whole wave of these mendicant orders of beggars. The Franciscans and the Dominicans were mendicant orders, and there were others, the Augustinians and so forth, were all meant to be, they called themselves brothers rather than fathers. Right? They were brothers, and they tried to interact with the clergy in that way. And then the Jesuits were even more involved in the world than the Dominicans had been. The Dominicans were at one point the theological think tank of the papacy. And in the 16th century, the Jesuits come along, they are even more involved in the world. So that, I think, is the historical trajectory. And in the 20th century, we've had lay orders playing more and more a role. Maybe that's the ultimate direction of this secular history. I'm sorry to answer your question in historical terms, but I'm an historian, so that's what you get.
Maybe one more question.
I'd like to return to the theme of friendship that's been developed over this session, because I know that Andrea Rivaux, who I may not be pronouncing correctly, kind of talked about there being a ceiling on friendships where the friends don't agree on what the good consists of, where both can sincerely will each other's good, but they really differ in what they will for each other, and that causes kind of this wound or tension in the friendship. And whether we're coming to the end of this world or not, seems one thing that's very particular about the time and place we live now in America is that many of us are likely to have many of our friendships be friendships where we don't agree on what the good consists of for each other and want to find a way to love each other, but hit that ceiling. What does living well look like in a friendship with this kind of wound?
Well, we have to remember that friendship is a virtue as well as a state. We have to work on it.
I think I would say the same in different terms and say, well, that it presupposes patience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a good answer to that, but I think that can be maybe a good thing, rather than just a wound in friendship, right? That can be, you know, because arguably the bigger problem is that we don't have enough friendships with people with whom we have a very different view of the good. So, you know, maybe that can be a good thing, to learn to love people in spite of those really fundamental disagreements, and to respect that one can arrive at those disagreements. You know, you can be a rational human being and arrive at a different viewpoint. That's maybe unsatisfying.
And Aylward does say in that treatise very audaciously, and paraphrasing a statement from the first epistle of St. John, where it says that God is love. He says that, but perhaps we could take the risk of saying that God is friendship. And that suggests that the ultimate healing of such wounds is openness to a grace which is beyond ourselves.
On that note, please join me in one final word of thanks. My thanks to all of you for joining us as well. There are some of our guests from out of town who'll be headed to dinner later this evening. If you are headed to dinner, we'll meet at about 5:45 downstairs in front of the church to head off to the restaurant. And otherwise, again, thank you all for coming. Please join us again in the future for either our conferences, our dinner seminars, anything in between. We'll be delighted to have you again. Many thanks. Bye-bye.
Finally get to see you Thank you very much.
Professor Hankins, sorry. We met at Carl Moran's apartment a couple months ago. Yeah, I just got.
You were at the dinner, right?
Yeah, I was at the dinner. I just got your article about the one that's going to appear next month's First Science magazine for facts. I trust that everything will be
I don't think it's all question of fact. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
That was sort of written for.